Good morning. Welcome to the April 12th Board of County Commission Land Use Meeting. Welcome everyone. Today is a hybrid meeting, and with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to do a roll call.
Good morning. Overman?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Kemp?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Board of County Commissioner meeting. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by the invocation by our chaplain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff and stakeholders, as we make important decisions this morning on a finite resource that you have given to us. I pray that you will allow us to keep in mind the balance between the property rights of the private property owner and the well-being of the broader community at large. Pray that you will help us to listen and make informed decisions as folks exercise their freedom to address this board this morning. As always, I pray for our first responders and members of our armed forces. Pray that you will keep them safe, guide them each and every day, and I continue to pray for peace and continue to pray for the people of Ukraine. I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I appreciate that. I'm going to recognize Mr. Moreta for the withdrawals, continuances, and remands.
Thank you, Commissioners. Joe Moreta for the Record Development Services. This is my last meeting with the board, so I want to thank this board and previous boards for the opportunity to serve you. I'm going to keep it as short as that, and I'm going to introduce Brian Grady. I want to keep it short because I do not want to get emotional. Anyway, I'm going to turn over to Brian, and you will be well served by our staff. Thank you.
You're not the only one crying over here.
For the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. We have one change on this morning's agenda. It's on page 9 of the agenda, item E1, application Prs220501 Woody's Wash Shack. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the July 26, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. That's the only change on the agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 3 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning PD 18-0996. This staff is requesting this item be continued to the May 10th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Item A2, special use application LE 21-1224. This application has been continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the May 10th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting at 9 a.m. Item A3, PRS 22-0151. This application has been continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the May 10th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting at 9 a.m. Item A4, PRS 22-0429. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the May 10th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting at 9 a.m. And item A5, vacation petition 21-0013. This petition has been continued to the May 10th, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting. That concludes all changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve the changes?
So moved. So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. And I would just like to take a moment of personal privilege to say that although this is my first term as a county commissioner, I was very involved in zoning processes with this county as a citizen advocate and working on everything from community plans to rezonings. And in that capacity for many, many years, I worked with Mr. Joe Moreta. And I can tell you that he was always open and easy to work with as a citizen and welcoming, and we ended up having town hall meetings over some issues of the Ruskin Community Plan that he facilitated, and they were not always, everybody wasn't on the same page. But Mr. Moretta was able to help us negotiate and come to consensus and bring things to the board. And I just want to say, you never know which pesky citizen you're working with as you go that turns out to work with you later in some other capacity. And so I want to say a fond farewell to Joe, and sorry to see him go, but I just wanted to say on the record that I've looked at Joe from both sides now, and can report that he's been very helpful on both sides of this dais, and want to wish him well in his next chapter.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. While I didn't really work so much on the prior side, or oftentimes called the dark side, when our citizens want to come and comment on issues of concern and real angst sometimes. We have been blessed with amazing human assets in this county, and Mr. Moretta is a perfect example of that. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I just wanted to wish Joe Moretta good luck in his new position, and we'll miss you. And you've been someone who's been just very important figure in our land use here in Hillsborough County for many, many years. And it was surprising news that he's gone, but we will miss you and wish you good luck.
Thank you. And in a new position, I'm going to have to chase him down and find out about that, too. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to wish all the best to Joe Moretta myself. My predecessor used to like to talk about calling balls and strikes, and I found that Joe Moretta has never tried to call balls and strikes. For me as a commissioner, he's always helped me to get from point A to point B. If there's a proposal that I want to bring to this board at a land use meeting or in preparing for the items on the agenda, he is just a true professional, an expert in his field. He's definitely going to be missed, and Joe, we just wish you all the best.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Joe, wishing you the best. We met many, many years ago as I was a former county employee, and now I'm a county commissioner. And always working together on the 19th floor. What good days we had back then. And as you decide whatever your future endeavor is going to be, just know that you will have the same professionalism that you have today. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
What nice words from everyone. Having done this work in other jurisdictions as well, I can tell you that Joe is absolutely the best of the best. And the most, I think Commissioner Smith talked about this, and White as well, that to keep your own personal opinions out of these types of matters week in and week out, and be able to deliver the information in a way that doesn't reveal anything about leaning to one side or the other is really an art form. And I would just say our loss is another jurisdiction's gain, because this is really important work. And Joe, you do it really well, and I know you're going to continue to do it into the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the Joe Moretta fan club here does wish you well. And I don't know what I'm going to say when I say, Mr. Moretta. I'm going to figure out how that's all going to change. Okay, so we have a motion and multiple seconds. Can you take a roll call vote?
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And I actually
Thank you,
didn't
Commissioners.
look to see if Commissioner Hagan had his hand up. Did you want to say something, Commissioner Hagan? I may have missed it. I missed him too, so let me catch him.
Thanks. I'm good. I'll talk to Joe privately.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you very much. At this time, I will open it up for public comment for the following 3 items on the consent agenda, correct? Okay. So the 3 items that will allow 3 minutes per speaker are item B4, B5, and B6. I do have individuals, I believe, on this sign up to speak. And once we do that, then we'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda, correct? Okay, great. All right. Let's see. For item B4, I don't see the list.
It doesn't appear that we have anybody signed up online to speak to that, so perhaps we could ask if there's anybody at Saunders Library that's there in person to speak to any of those
Right,
3
exactly. Actually, do we have anyone signed up at Saunders that wish to speak on items B4, B5, or B6?
No one in the audience at Saunders.
Okay, all right, so we can close that matter. And I will consider a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Smith. If we'll take, see no other comments, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent, thank you very much. Is it at this time that we take an oath for the public hearings? Okay, great, excellent. Excellent. So with that, if the clerk will do me a favor and issue the oath for anyone that was willing to stand and raise their hand to take the oath.
Good morning. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Excellent. Just as a reminder, as we begin our public hearings, I'd like to take the opportunity to remind all speakers, including those participating in person at Saunders Library and those that are participating remotely, of our meeting participation process. When it's your turn to speak, I'll recognize you as a speaker, and for those participating in Saunders Library, please adhere to the social distancing guidelines and recommendations and remain seated and don't approach the podium until I've called you. Thank you very much. As it now, we'll move on to Section E of the public hearing agenda. Mr. Moreta.
Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Development Services. As noted in the change of the agenda, E1, PRS 21-1153 was continued. Therefore, the next item on the agenda is item E2. This is PRS application 22-0357. It's a request for a modification to a 3.4-acre parcel on the north side of Sun City Boulevard, 600 feet west of Upper Creek Drive. Commissioners, the request is to modify the designation of the property from quasi-public to R1 retail office. If we go to the Elmo, again, the project is located in this location. The project is located in this location of the Village of Cypress Creek PD on the north side of Sun City Center Boulevard. Here's a close-up of the subject parcel. Again, per the existing plan development for the villages of Cypress Creek, the parcel is located right here in a quasi-public designation. The adjacent parcel, pod to the west, has an R1 designation that allows retail office, and again, the proposal is to change it from the QP designation to the R1 designation. Commissioners, I'll note that with that change in designation, although that's not regulated through the PD application, it will allow the applicant the opportunity to seek the ability to cite a sign in accordance with the settlement agreement that the county has with the billboard industry, and based on the surrounding land uses, staff does find the request approvables, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. So the first item, I don't see anyone signed up for E2 at this point. Are there anyone in Saunders Library that wish to speak on this item?
The applicant is here to speak to the item if you'd like to hear from them.
Okay, certainly, right. So with that, I'd like to invite the applicant to come up and do a 15-minute presentation if need be.
Morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tu Mai. Address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant. As Mr. Grady stated, Petition PRS220357 is a minor modification to the existing approved PD to change the designation of the parcel to R1 uses. The subject parcel is located north of State Road 674 and west of Upper Creek Drive in Sun City Center Community Plan. Total land is 0.34 acres. The purpose of the proposed change is to allow for a billboard on the site. There is an existing agreement between Hillsborough County and the billboard companies, including Outfront Media, in 1985 to allow for the relocation of billboards to the property zoned for commercial, industrial, and agricultural uses. The minor modifications to the PD are as follows. Number one, to change the designation from the approved QP quasi-public to R1 for the commercial use of billboards. And two, the one-axis connection on State Road 674 is proposed for billboard installation and maintenance. We had a meeting with FDOT to discuss the project, and they had no objection to the proposed access point. To conclude, all agencies have reviewed the project and have no objections. We concur with staff's finding and agree with the conditions of approval. Thank you to staff for working with us, and we respectfully request the board's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll open up to proponent testimony. Are there anyone signed up for proponent testimony? There's 15 minutes set aside for that. Anyone in Saunders Library?
No one in Saunders.
No one there? Okay, so I'm assuming there's no opponent's testimony as well, given that there's no one on this willing to speak on this item?
Move approval.
Oh, okay, we have a move of approval by Commissioner Hagan.
Second.
Do I have a second by Commissioner Myers? So we don't need actually, we do need Development Services report. Is that correct?
No further comments.
No further comments at this time. Okay, so we have a motion for approval. We have a second by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, my questions on this have been answered. They were about the visibility around the sign on 674. I do just want to point out that all these E items, all the items in this section that we're hearing come to us with no zoning hearing master hearing. They come straight to us without a zoning hearing master. Always on our agenda, we have an E section of things that come straight to us, and we have staff recommendations, we have backup that we assess, and then we are the only public hearing. We take public comment here, and we are the only public hearing making these decisions. I just want to point out that the sky doesn't fall when we do any of these. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I did have one concern that is not part of the settlement agreement that may be a result of the change of evolution of billboard industry. And so I noticed that in the backup that this piece of property is across a major road, but across from a residential community that does have a tree line around it. But newer technologies in billboards oftentimes incorporate a great deal of lighting. And so I just had a question, maybe for the applicant to address in the circumference of the lighting envelope, or, I'm not sure exactly how to put it, but when you have a light shield for a street light, for example, there's a certain amount of distance it will actually provide that lighting. Billboards are meant to be seen on the side of the road, that's true, But given that there is a residential community across the road, I'm curious as to if there's been any discussion at the applicant level or with staff on the lighting envelope for this particular sign and whether or not it would impact the residents across the street, across the road. Because we wouldn't find that out until we're well past this decision, and I don't know if it's possible to bring that into the record. Is that possible to bring that into the record, given the settlement agreement? I'm not sure.
Yes, it is the open record here today, so that could be discussed. I looked to the applicant to speak to that. We do have settlement agreements that are in place that have been deemed to permit LED billboards. However, there are no controls that are built into the settlement agreement that would govern the illumination levels of those boards. I will note that particularly on this board, being located on a state road, will be subject to state DOT permitting requirements and limitations, and perhaps the applicant could speak to that.
That would be terrific. I would love to hear that. Thank you very much. Is the applicant available to answer that question?
Yes, ma'am. As Mr. Gromley stated, it is subject to FDOT approval with the signage, but as far as I know, it will just be a standard billboard with the attached lighting. There's not going to be any kind of LED lights, or it's not a digital billboard. It's just a standard billboard that you would see with the attached lighting on top for illumination.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think the digital was my bigger concern because it's a constant changing of lighting envelope and whether or not that might impact the neighbors that are across the road from it. But thank you very much for answering that question. I don't see any other comments at this point, so with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to E3.
The next item is agenda item E3, application PRS22-0501. This is a request for a modification of a 9.5 acre parcel that's on the north side of Floyd Road, 950 feet west of North Dale Mabry Highway. Commissioners, the request is to change the approved uses for the property. It's currently approved for 19 units, 9 duplexes, and 1 single family attached to 3 single family detached lots. Staff is recommending approval and available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll invite the applicant for their presentation.
Good morning, and Tumai for the record. The petition PRS220501 is a minor modification to the existing approved PD of 19 single-family residential units consisting of 9 duplexes and 1 detached unit to 3 single-family lots for detached homes. The subject site is located on the north side of Floyd Road and 950 feet west of North Dale Mabry Highway. Total land is 9.58 acres and is in the Greater Carewood Northdale Community Plan. The surrounding area consists mostly of single-family detached residential to the north, west, and south. Commercial and office uses are located to the east along North Dale Mabry Highway. The proposed minor modifications to the PD are as follows. Number 1, to reduce the approved PD from 9 duplexes and 1 detached unit to only 3 single-family detached units. Number 2 is to keep an existing driveway for the new proposed lot number 3 and add a second driveway as a shared access for lot 2 and lot 3. Due to the limited frontage on Floyd Road coupled with the Sweetwater Creek floodway, we filed for an administrative variance to reduce the spacing of the driveway on Floyd Road as it's a collector road. The county engineer found the request approvable. To conclude, all agencies have reviewed the project and have no objections. We concur with staff's finding and agree with the conditions of approval. Thank you for staff for working with us, and we respectfully request the board's approval for this petition.
Thank you very much. With that, are there any proponent in the library to speak? Because I have no one signed up here.
1 proponent is coming to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janelle Weber. I'm a resident at 3904 Floyd Road, last name Weber. I'm here. We have another resident that's here in the library. On this street, we do have a lot of families. I have 3 young children, ages 6, 6, and 4. And next door, we have a family with 6 kids. This would really be very in keeping with the current character of the neighborhood to have 3 lots with detached single-family homes. The lots are large on Floyd Road. For most of the street, we do not have sidewalks, and having 19 duplexes would significantly increase the volume of the traffic, which wouldn't be favorable for the street and for all the children that are playing on the street. So the neighbors are very much in favor of having 3 detached single-family homes as opposed to the 19 duplexes. It would be a safer environment that would be more in keeping with the current character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
And do we have another proponent that's willing to speak to this matter?
They're not choosing to come up to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any opponents that are interested in speaking to this item?
No one in the audience.
Okay, excellent. Can I get a comment from the Development Services Department?
No additional comments. We're supportive
No
of the
additional
application.
comments. Excellent. So
Move approval.
Move approval from Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner Smith. Please indicate your vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Please take a roll call.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, and that was E3. And now we'll move to E4.
Commissioners, item E4 is CDD 21-1210. It's a petition to contract the boundaries of the Hidden Creek Community Development District and to modify the boundaries by removing 16.4 acres from the Community Development District. The Hidden Creek CDD was established on July 23rd, 2013. It's generally located on the west side of Westlake Drive, south of Sun City Center Boulevard, and east of US 301 in Waimama. No objections from reviewing agents were received. Staff finds the applicant meets the requirements of Chapter 190 Florida statutes to contract the boundaries of the Community Development District and recommends approval, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we can open it up for 3 minutes per speaker on this particular item. Are there anyone signed up to speak on this item? Anyone in the Saunders Library?
No one in Saunders Library wishing to speak, although the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Does the applicant have a desire to speak?
They're coming up to speak.
Okay, so may I have a motion on this item or any discussion? I don't see any. I have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Myers, please take a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Smith?
Was the applicant going to speak? I thought.
They're available
Anyway.
if you'd like them to speak.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The applicant is available to speak if you'd like them to speak.
I have some questions.
Okay, all right. Could you ask the applicant to come to the podium to answer Commissioner Smith's questions? Commissioner
Thank you.
Smith, you're recognized.
I was just wondering, as you know, how the other residents were informed. I know that, I assumed that the CDD would have had a public sunshine meeting because it's the rest of the residents that are going to be on the hook for all the assessments, future assessments and payments for everything in the development that will also infrastructure and roads and stuff that will benefit the lagoon ownership. But if they're removed from the CDD, they won't be sharing in the expenses of that with the other CDD members. And I know, I've talked to staff, and I know that there's agreement, and they're going to pay for certain things, but they won't ever be in the CDD sharing in those expenses moving forward. And it's the rest of the residents who will be then responsible for all the, payment for infrastructure that was, until today, depending on our decision, shared with the owners of the lagoon. And so my concern is, and my question for the applicant is, how have all the residents been informed of this? As I say, I assume that the CDD board would have had a meeting and that would have been noticed and it would have been open, but was that meeting in the community, or was it in some law office in downtown Tampa? Where was it, and how much participation did you get among the other homeowners, or is it still just the developers mostly that own much of the property in the CDD without actually including homeowners? Can you speak to the participation of the residents, and was there a yellow sign for this or some other notice in the community that this was going to be taken up? Because I know when we earlier took up the idea of allowing the lagoon to be private, we did have quite a bit of public participation. So I wonder about the level of public information and participation for this move that will, matter to the sharing of expenses for the rest of the life of this CDD and this development.
Good morning, Vanessa Steinertz. I'm with the law firm of Straley, Robin Veriker in Tampa, Florida. We represent the applicant, the Hidden Creek Community Development District. And to answer the commissioner's question, the CDD board did adopt a resolution at a public meeting authorizing the contraction of this parcel. The district has obtained the consent of 100% of the landowners within the contracted parcel, and that meeting was certainly open to the public. The district operates under the Sunshine Law with appropriate notice requirements. I have the chairman of the board if there are any additional questions about the particular meeting, but this parcel has no, the bonds and any assessments that were issued within the district have a very minimal impact on this particular parcel. We've worked extensively with staff to determine whether any of the district's funds were utilized toward this parcel. And that information is included in your agenda packet.
Thank you. You say the chairman of the CDD board is there?
Yes, I have Michael Lawson here with me if you have any additional questions.
Thank you. Would he be willing to just state for the record that there was 100%, I think you said 100% approval by all the landowners and members of the CDD?
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Lawson, Chairman of the Hidden Creek Community Development District. The resolution was adopted by the board members, Commissioner, 100% adoption of the board members, the Board of Supervisors of the district. We had multiple meetings, particularly during the budget year, and we had listened to concerns with some of the residents within the Hidden Creek community, particularly with the rezoning that was taking place on the property that was approved subsequent during our budget process. And, there was concern that, we don't really want, as a district, as residents, we don't want to be in any way responsible for the lagoon property if it, it's the way it's operating. We don't want to be burdened when one day as a district to have to operate that thing. So we heard those comments, and we knew that with the rezoning going on for it to be a private facility, it just made sense to amend the boundary to remove the lagoon parcel from it. When we analyzed all the cost, the way the bonds work on these districts, the liens are carried over only on the platted residential lots, and the sole pledge for repayment of the debt of the bonds is special assessments that are levied on platted lots, whether the platted lots are owned by occupied homeowners or by the developer. They all pay the same until all the lots ultimately get sold to homeowners. There was a vast amount of major infrastructure that had been completed, but when we demonstrated and worked very closely with staff over several months to demonstrate that of that capacity, this lagoon parcel uses a very small subfraction of which the developer has, when you talk about funding of the cost and the infrastructure, the developer has funded more than the CDD has, which is always the case in districts anyway, of all this infrastructure impact. And so we agree with the staff report and most humbly ask that the board approve the request for the contraction.
Mr. Lawson, I want to thank you very much for being willing to come up and answer those questions on the fly. You've given me a great deal of comfort that everybody's been informed and participated in the process, and that's what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
So I'll be supporting the motion on the floor.
Excellent, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent, thank you very much. We are now at the regular agenda. And what development services?
The next item on the agenda is item F1. It's a major mod application 21-0169. The property is located on the west side of Williams Road, south of Old Hillsborough Avenue. It's 21.82 acres. It's a major modification. The request as part of this major modification is to allow 16 multifamily units and one mobile home unit. I'll go to the Elmo and go over some information on the project real quick. As noted, the location of the project is on the west side of Williams Road. Old Hillsborough Avenue is in this location. It's south of US 92, east of I-75. Here's a close-up of the property. You'll notice extensive wetlands on the property in this area. The proposed areas of development are on the eastern end of it and over here in the northwest corner. Again, the applicant is proposing multifamily in this area of 16 units and then one mobile home lot on the far west northwestern area with access to Old Hillsborough Avenue. Commissioners, as you'll note in the backup, this is not recommended by approval and found by us and the hearing officer and found inconsistent by the Planning Commission. The issue really comes down to compliance with the mixed-use policies and the comprehensive plan, which Planning Commission will go into more detail in their presentation, but ostensibly non-compliance with two of the requirements within the mixed-use criteria of the plan for this UMU 20 designation regarding integration of the uses within the PD and ensuring a certain minimum percentage of the area allocated to the second use, which is 10%, which the project is determined is not meeting. We're available for questions if you have anything, but at this point, it would be appropriate to hear from the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, given this is a public meeting and limited to the zoning hearing master, it's important that we recognize that only the limited parties of record are able to speak to this agenda, correct? For F1 through 6 as we proceed. With that, I'll recognize the applicant for 10 minutes as far as the oral argument is concerned.
Good morning, Commissioners and board members. Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I do have a PowerPoint for you. This is, full screen for me. Thank you. This is 210169, major modification. Next slide, please. The issue is a major modification. Commissioners, currently 62 multifamily dwelling units are permissible. We're proposing a significant reduction to 16 multifamily units and 1 mobile home on 21 acres. I have that as a 74% reduction of what's currently allowed. And I have to warn you that this is an issue that's very topsy-turvy with the staff reports. I'll walk you through that. Next slide, please. Zoning comment does not create further incompatibilities. Planning Commission, compatible with surrounding area. Planning Commission, consistent with the vision of the community plan. We are in the USA, and this is a project infill. Next slide, please. Located near the Mango area, just off of I-75. Next slide, please. And this is the outline of it per the property appraiser. Next slide, please. And a little closer. What's important here is we have 27 acres. If I can catch up on my PowerPoint because some gets pulled off. We have 27 acres total, again in the USA. Next slide, please. Of which a tremendous amount is wetlands, as you can see. Next slide. Which is covered in the wetlands map of the Fish and Wildlife site. Next slide, please. This is a site plan of currently 62 multifamily units are proposed, or 62 are existing. We're proposing only 16 now. Again, a huge reduction. Next slide, please. And that's just a close-up of where the multi-units are. Next slide, please. These are a couple pictures of the existing area. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So the proposed site plan, next slide, please, is that we are leaving all of the wetlands alone. And just in the corner, in 2 corners, are the uses. Next slide, please. The multifamily is located in one little corner, and 1 mobile home is located way on the other corner. All the great majority of wetlands are untouched. Next slide, please. So we're proposing 16 buildable units in the area. Next slide, please. And that's a quick site plan. And next slide, please. There's a few conditions, a 35-foot height maximum. We're going to meet the RMC 20, and mature oak trees on the north edge will stay the same. Next slide, please. So, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, 60% of the 80% of the site is wetlands. We're only using 6.1% as buildable area. Next slide, please. This is a fantastic, tremendous saving of a pristine wetlands. Next slide, please. Future land use category is UMU 20, which allows 20 units per acre. Next slide, please. And there's plenty of residential zoning surrounding the entire site. Next slide, please. UMU 20 requires large regional commercial office business parks, light industrial, very large uses. Next slide, please. Which clearly is not what this site is. Next slide, please. Again, PGM staff and Planning Commission make some positive comments, although they're not in support. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. They do note it's consistent with the community plan. They note that we're requesting far less than what can be considered in the site, roughly 10%, and saying environmentally sensitive. Next slide, please. So what's the problem? Next slide, please. One policy, 19.1. One policy is the difference between the staff determinations. Because what the staff is doing, they're taking a huge, massive, round peg and trying to squeeze it into a tiny little area. Next slide, please. Because 19.1 requires large regional commercial office business parks, industrial, multi-purpose, which this site is not. As I've shown you, it's 80% wetlands, which we're not touching, and only providing 2 small uses. Next slide, please. Policy 19, very carefully, Commissioners, this is critical, says that the uses have to be internal connections between the uses. There has to be connection. And the second use has to be 10% of site acreage. Those are the 2 policies that your staffs are hanging on. Next slide, please. Again, boiled down, need to be integrated at least 10% of the site acreage. Next slide, please. So what your planning staffs are asking you to do, literally, completely, is to pave over the pristine wetlands between these 2 uses and install a road for interconnection between the 2, which is absolutely outrageous. That's again, they're applying a very large round peg, a policy 19.1, onto this site, which does not match the purpose and intent of this site as it exists, nor per what the code 19.1, that policy is pushing. Next slide, please. We're providing 3 uses. We're providing environmentally secure, untouched, pristine wetland, 1 mobile home, and multifamily. So we're providing a number of uses. Next slide, please. Again, the building area is only 23,445 feet, far below the 10 acres, and the conservation wetlands stay as a separate designated area. Next slide, please. So, Commissioners, you can imagine the trips and impacts are tremendously reduced by 74%. The hearing officer didn't recognize that. The hearing officer didn't recognize the difficulty of the policy. The hearing officer didn't recognize the remaining pristine wetlands. None of that was recognized. The AM peak is reduced by 25. The PM peak is reduced by 30. Next slide, please. So in summary, we're obviously requesting far, far less square footage intensity. Trips are tremendously lower. This is extremely environmentally sensitive and remaining as is. We're consistent with the Seffner-Mango Community Plan. It is solely the intent of Comp Plan Objective 19 that does not apply here in any manner whatsoever, particularly by the paving over as suggested by your staffs, which would have to be met in the pristine wetlands. The proposed use is compatible. The proposed use is far less intensive. It is infill. It's in the USA. We received absolutely no public opposition through the entire process. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Next, we'll open it up for oral arguments regarding proponent or opponent testimony. Are there any proponents present? I don't see any signed up.
No one in the audience.
And no opponents as well?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any list of persons that you anticipate? I don't see anyone signed up, so. All right, with that, we'll hear, I assume we don't need a rebuttal at this point, but we will hear from Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Good morning. Melissa Leinhardt for the record, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the urban mixed use 20 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Seffner-Mango Community Plan. At the regularly scheduled land use meeting on November 9th of 2021, the applicant requested a remand to the January 2022 ZHM meeting. The applicant later requested a continuance to the February 2022 ZHM meeting. The remand was for the purpose of giving the applicant an opportunity to address staff's recommendation of non-support and inconsistent. During the remand, the applicant proposed one change to request a less intense use of 16 multifamily residential units and a mobile home. The subject site, located in UMU 20 future land use category, has an intensity, is intended for urban intensity and density of uses, and the types of uses being requested can be considered in this future land use category. The subject property is in a unique area with residential future land use classifications as well as more intensive future land use classifications, and the predominant development pattern is residential with some scattered commercial uses. Residential uses abut the site to the north, east, and along the southwest corner. The proposed request would be compatible with the surrounding development pattern, consistent with Objective 16 of the future land use element, which provides direction on achieving compatibility with the surrounding land uses through various transitions and also by developing complementary uses. Future land use element Objective 19 outlines the intent of all mixed use categories in the comprehensive plan. Future land use element policy 19.1 specifically states that requirements for 2 land uses will apply to properties 10 acres or greater in the RMU 35, UMU 20, and CMU 12 future land use categories, and to properties 20 acres or greater in the SMU 6 and NMU 4 future land use categories. Furthermore, according to policy 19.1, at least 10% of the total square footage of the building must be designated for a second use, as well as there is a requirement for internal connectivity between the uses. The request does not meet the mixed-use provisions of the comprehensive plan as outlined in Objective 19 and policies 19.1 and 19.2. Though the applicant is requesting two distinct uses as per policy direction, the uses need to provide for integration and interconnectivity between those uses. Additionally, the second use being provided would need to be at least 10% of the site acreage. Objective 8 and Policy 8.1 of the future land use element mandate the range of acceptable land uses in each future land use classification on the future land use map. And Policy 8.2 requires that all development be compliant with the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of the UMU 20 future land use category because it does not provide internal connectivity between the two uses, and it also does not provide for at least 10% of the acreage needing to be dedicated to that second use. The proposed use is consistent with the vision of the Sefner Mango Community Plan because it supports infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area. So though the requested use can be considered in the UMU 20 future land use category, and the use is meeting the intent and the vision of the Sefner Mango Community Plan, without the request meeting the merits of the mixed use policies, Planning Commission staff has found the proposed major modification inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll hear from the zoning hearing master summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification request proposing to modify plan development 2000-0171, which is currently approved for 62 multifamily dwelling units and 5 mobile home dwelling units. The request proposes to permit 16 multifamily dwelling units and 1 mobile home. As you've heard from Ms. Leinhard, the Planning Commission staff has found that the request does not meet the requirement for two land uses, or does meet the requirement, I'm sorry, for two land uses, but is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan as the two land uses are not integrated and connected. Staff of the Planning Commission also found that the second land use for the single mobile home does not equate to the minimum UMU requirement that at least 10% of the total square footage of the building in the project must be designated for a second use. The Development Services Department also does not support the modification, as it found that the modification does not meet the UMU 20 requirements for integration and connectivity, as well as the requirement that the second use be at least 10% of the square footage of the project square footage. The zoning hearing master summarized that no testimony or evidence was provided as to whether the proposed project could comply with the requirement that the second land use building square footage comprise at least 10% of the total square footage of the project if the number of mobile homes were increased. The zoning hearing master, reviewing the record following the zoning hearing master hearing, found that the proposed modification is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended denial.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to open it up for board discussion. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Actually, I just saw Commissioner Smith. I almost rather have her make comments before me, but I'll just a couple of things. This is a large wetlands area. I'm just wondering if the applicant would be supportive of a conservation easement over that large wetlands area.
Is the applicant available?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are leaving the wetlands untouched. I'm sure that would be fine.
Great, thank you. The other question I have about it, I'm just curious about the way this is set up, and I think Mr. Pressman, you've made a very compelling case as far as I'm concerned about this, and how and unless I find something new, I'll be supportive. So I was just wondering about, I guess it's outside. I see. Sorry, I guess that is actually the only questions I have. I think it's truly that it doesn't, I think this makes sense about how to use this property, and the applied comprehensive plan requirements to me doesn't suit this. So I'll be supportive. In fact, I guess I'll wait till Commissioner Smith addresses this.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I completely agree with what you're saying. I think it's most important to be preserving these large wetlands, and I don't see the original zoning. I'm glad to see this, that the applicant has changed this on the remand in a few ways, and to really work with the awkward site that sort of divides it up. If we are, well, I would like to make a motion to approve, but I'd like to include what you were saying, Commissioner Kemp, that the applicant agrees to, as well as making sure that we have appropriate conditions for approval, because when the staff recommendation is for denial, that's not necessarily all there, but there are some conditions on page 51, I believe, for the transportation connections. I'll ask Mr. Gormley for the conditions that we'd need
to consider
for an approval.
Commissioner, that's what I was checking in the record. It doesn't appear that we have applicant submitted conditions of approval to support their application. So if the board was inclined to approve this, the conditions on 51, on page 51, are our transportation staff review conditions, but we don't have a holistic set of conditions that the applicant would have proposed to move from the current proposal to what they're asking for now. So if the board was inclined to approve this application, I would suggest that it be continued to next month's meeting so the applicant can prepare conditions of approval that would match the site plan that they have submitted and incorporate the appropriate transportation conditions. We typically have this submitted by applicants, but we're not able to locate a copy of those conditions submitted for this application.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll make that motion, but first I'll ask the applicant, do you have anything to say about us? Would that be all right with you for us to make a continuance, seeing that the direction is headed in a good way? If you could work with Development Services to provide conditions as well as a commitment to a conservation easement on the wetlands. Is that all right with you?
Yes, Commissioner, but I can't make May. We would have to do June, which I have as June 7th.
Thank you. That'll be my motion then, to continue it to June 7th for the purpose of providing conditions as well as a conservation easement on the wetlands.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I wonder if I might be recognized to speak after we take the vote. I want to talk about something related to process as opposed to actually the application itself.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I too had, before we take the vote, some comments here. I looked at this issue with the previous recommendations, and it did seem inconsistent with much of what we've been discussing about comprehensive planning and land use. And that would give, if we had made those changes or updated those changes, much of what the applicant is wrestling with to find a solution to make conservation, environmental, and wetland protection a priority, because the comments didn't suggest that had equal footing in the decisions, which, the Planning Commission and the Zoning Hearing Master and Land Use all were addressing what's in the code, or what's in the plan, but not necessarily where we have been moving over the last 2 years in terms of prioritization of certain things that are now in our comp plan. So to your point, Commissioner Cohen, I get it, but I also would like to see what I can see in what has been presented by the applicant, a reasonable solution, but the constraints were so limited that it didn't overall provide the goal. So I look forward to seeing this come back in June, given the applicant has indicated that's what they would like to do. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Do you need to state the date?
June 7th at 9 a.m.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
So, Commissioner Overman, you started down a road that I was really thinking through as we were considering this application. And, you know, it's very interesting that, because we're going to have this discussion later about our process. So here you have a situation where the zoning hearing master, development services, and the planning commission all took a negative view. And I think actually under the letter of the law, they did the right thing, but yet it comes to us and we are capable and charged with understanding that this is a unique property, that there are issues that we prioritize just as high as what's in the comp plan in terms of conservation. And I guess where I'm going with this is that to me, this is an example of our process working, because we are the ultimate arbiters over this. And I think that if without us, a computer could make these decisions. But it takes a board of human beings to be able to ferret out what makes this application not fall into, as the applicant said, a round peg in a square box. And I just think it's instructive for the discussion that we're going to have later. I've noticed as we do these that the board does not act in lockstep with the professional recommendations, particularly in times when there's staff recommendations of denial and the board sometimes decides to approve. And the reason is usually something just like this, something that can't really be quantified in rules that are one size fits all. So I just wanted to, I think it's instructive for the conversation we're going to have later, and I wanted to point it out.
Agreed. I totally agree. Without seeing any other requests for comment, we'll move on to F2. No? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thought we took a vote.
Yes.
Did we take a vote? Okay, we took a vote. All right, so F3.
Yes,
F2,
the next item is
yeah, we haven't covered
F2.
F2 yet, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, we got F2, please.
Yes, the next item is item F2, a rezoning petition 21-0744. This is a rezoning from an 8.56 acre parcel on the south side of Bloomingdale Avenue. The request is to rezone for 18 single-family detached lots. Minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet. Commissioners, this was continued and heard at the previous board meeting to obtain more information regarding stormwater issues associated with the property, and the applicant had offered a conservation easement over the wetland. As you may recall, the not support related to this application was associated with the request for a cross-access location along the southern boundary. The applicant has proposed revised conditions with respect to stormwater to provide for additional swelling along the south side of Bloomingdale Avenue and enhanced mitigation for the floodplain mitigation. I believe the applicant will speak to the request for with respect to conditions regarding a wetland conservation easement, because at the time of filing the report, the applicant had not submitted a condition regarding that, because I think they're in negotiations with EPC regarding them accepting the easement. My understanding is the EPC is now agreeable to accepting that easement, and the applicant will need to speak to that. But other than that, staff is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present to make the presentation?
William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. Commissioners, as Mr. Grady said, we continued this case last month in order to take a moment to assemble some information about drainage on the site and to possibly explore a conservation easement with EPC over the southern end of the property where we feel an access point may not be warranted. EPC has just very recently indicated that they would accept the easement. So we haven't finalized the document, but we have an agreement in principle. And then I have with me Mr. Sean Cashin, who at the board's request has come back to explain some of the drainage patterns on the property and why we feel that we need to design the project as it is. Thank you.
Good morning. Sean Cashin, 13825 Icod Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida. As Brian mentioned, this project was continued from the March board meeting. So it would allow us some additional time to discuss the drainage, the floodplain issues as they relate to the southern access, and also to reach out to EPC and request if we could place the wetland area located to the south within a conservation easement. EPC came back to us. They are amenable to this wetland area located to the south to be within a conservation easement. Also, subsequent to the last board meeting on March 8th, we did have a meeting with Teams meeting with Mr. Adam Gormley, Mike Williams, Rick Cabrera, with my client, and Mr. Malloy as well. And the meeting was to discuss in more detail the drainage, the floodplain impacts, as well as mitigation. And as it relates to the south access. The staff did not support this rezone, nor did the zoning hearing master, because of the south. We did not propose a southern access. At this meeting, we discussed the merits of not providing a southern access. Any kind of roadway access stub out to the south would create an immediate floodplain impact. It would be literally a road to nowhere. It would be a road to an area that is not really developable. The development would not be sustainable. You would not be able to provide sufficient floodplain mitigation for any of the floodplain impacts. And any dirt, that exhibit right there, if you can see it, shows the area that's within the flood zone A, within the floodplain or below the base flood, which is at elevation 43.3. That shaded area also extends, there it goes on that exhibit, extends south about 3/4 of a mile, or 1/4 of a mile, I should say, down to Lithia Pinecrest. So any roadway that would be stubbed out to the south would be in an area that is substantially lower than the base flood at 43.3. It would promote development in that area it's already flood prone. It's within the floodplain. And again, it's just not economically feasible for any kind of development in that area to the south due to the elevations and the amount of floodplain impacts that would occur in that area. So as a result of I think at the meeting that we had on March 29th, it was agreed by everybody who attended the meeting that a southern access is not advisable, should not be recommended by the county due to the very significant floodplain impacts and the potential for making the situation to the south even worse than it is right now. So everybody agreed that a southern access was really not advisable or recommended by the county. So as a result of that meeting, as Brian mentioned, we did propose 2 additional conditions of approval. And one is condition number 13. I don't know if I have the final copy, but this condition states that since we realize that there's a very real concern regarding floodplain impacts and floodplain mitigation that this development will need, We do not want to make the situation any worse. In fact, we go into any development with the mindset we want to improve things. We want this development to provide a betterment to the community. So the condition that we approved was that the developer shall provide a minimum of 5% additional floodplain mitigation storage volume above the required floodplain mitigation volume for the development to mitigate or offset any proposed floodplain impacts as part of the development. And quote, surplus mitigation capacity. The surplus mitigation capacity shall be reserved for the benefit of the community and not in furtherance of any additional future development. It's for this development only. Also, at the last board meeting on March 8th, Commissioner White had mentioned he had concerns regarding the drainage on Bloomingdale Avenue. Bloomingdale Avenue is a substandard road. There's really no drainage facilities, as in swales up alongside the roadway. So we are also proposing an amendment to another condition, which is number 9. And let me read this too. Prior to dedication to the county of the additional right-of-way, we are dedicating 32.5 feet of right-of-way preservation to the county. So prior to dedication to the county, the developer shall coordinate with development services to design and construct a swale drainage system within the dedicated right-of-way of Bloomingdale Avenue. The contemplated swale drainage system is proffered in furtherance of improving conditions on and along Bloomingdale Avenue. It is not required as part of the project's accounting for stormwater retention or runoff. So we are proposing this to try to improve the drainage along Bloomingdale Avenue. Since there is a requirement for 32.5 feet of right-of-way preservation, we figured it would be a good idea to improve the drainage situation on Bloomingdale to design and construct a swale along Bloomingdale Avenue that will capture and collect some of the runoff off of Bloomingdale Avenue that has posed a drainage problem along this section of Bloomingdale Avenue. That includes my portion of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was the applicant testimony, and where are we, Mr. Gormley? Ms. Lundgren?
At this point, we're on the proponent and opponent parties of record, so
Thank you.
I have no proponents signed up, but there may be some in the building at Saunders.
Great. Mr. Grady, can you tell us if we have any proponents to speak today?
No one in the audience.
All right, then let's move to opponents. I have a couple of people signed up to speak virtually in opposition, starting with Hunter Wessinger.
Hello, Hunter Wessinger, 4306 Honeyville Ridge Court, and I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal. A major part of the appeal of the Bloomingdale Valrico area is its low beauty, natural charm. This type of construction will further this charm in our neighborhood, and we need larger minimum lot sizes, not smaller. And I've lived in this area for almost 20 years, and I've watched it change around me. This proposal will be another step towards turning the Bloomingdale Valrico community into something unrecognizable to the people who have lived here most of their lives. And the increasing urbanization of our home and the construction of subdivisions where you can lean out of your window and shake hands with your neighbor is slowly but surely destroying our way of life. Moreover, the disruption of our natural ecosystem in a blind pursuit of profit has devastating consequences, including but not limited to the displacement of local wildlife and the destruction of their habitats. Leaving a small portion of the development designated as wetlands is not sufficient. The developer has stated that the density will only be 2.1 units per acre. However, I did some math, and the proposed 18 lots will be 6,000 square feet each. That's 18 homes on 2.4 acres, and that translates to a density of 7.26 units per acre. And I believe it is disingenuous of them to tout deflated numbers. If you have to designate half the lot as water storage, maybe that's God's way of telling you not to build there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have signed up to speak, providing opposition, is Bryce Manley. Is Bryce Manley available to speak?
Bryce Manley is present. I live at 3023 Beaver Pond Trail, Valrico, Florida, and I've lived off of Bloomingdale for almost 20 years. I'd like to thank you, commissioners, for your time. I don't know how many of you, if any, drove on Bloomingdale past the proposed build site. I have, and I drive on that road every day, multiple times a day, as do thousands of other residents. Bloomingdale is already super congested during both the morning and evening rush hours. This results in bumper-to-bumper stop-and-go traffic for miles. It's during these times that a routine 5-minute drive turns into a 20-minute drive. By adding more homes, you'd be creating more traffic to an already crowded two-lane road. Some of you may think 18 homes won't add too much traffic, but I can tell you from experience, it will. Around 3 to 4 years ago, Ann George Drive was built off Bloomingdale, a couple hundred yards from St. Cloud. These homes further congested already crowded roads. I cannot tell you how many times I've been caught behind a vehicle turning onto Ann George Drive and sometimes been stuck for 5 minutes, unable to move due to heavy congestion. I'd like to add that adding more lanes to Bloomingdale in the future will not make things better, since it apparently takes over 3 years to complete a road. I'm referring to the Bell Shoals expansion. As a resident that lives off of Bloomingdale and will be directly affected by your decision today, I urge you to listen to the residents who will be affected and not allow the construction of this neighborhood. Any board member who votes in favor of this proposal will be acting in direct opposition to the will of the people this decision will directly affect. It is my belief that in doing so, you will forfeit any claim you have of truly representing us and our interests. I would also like to address the fact this meeting was held on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. I'm 21 years old and personally run my own business. I missed the last meeting on March 8th due to prior work engagements. I find it very difficult to attend a meeting 30 minutes away that starts at 9 a.m. on a weekday. I'm sure the majority of our working residents feel the same way, and the lack of meeting attendance today proves my claim. It's no wonder so many projects pass with little to no opposition. I thank you all for your time and listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents or opponents of record that are signed up to speak or present in Saunders Library? Because I'm not seeing any.
No one in the audience.
Okay. We have 5 minutes set aside for rebuttal by the applicant.
Commissioners, good morning. William Malloy again. In response to the opposition testimony, I don't have many particular points to address. I would just like to reinforce that this is a very thoughtfully planned project. We've had several community meetings. The project's not developing to full density, and obviously we're taking into account very seriously and very carefully the drainage situation out there on Bloomingdale. To that end, as a point of procedure, I need to read into the record the proposed condition regarding the conservation easement, and it's as follows. The developer shall dedicate to EPC a conservation easement for the wetlands at the southern boundary of the project. And we just wrote that this morning, but I believe it covers everything legally it needs to. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Lionhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the residential 4 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area, and it is not located within the limits of a community plan. The subject property is located on approximately 8.56 acres on the south side of Bloomingdale Avenue, east of Hillsborough Road. The applicant requests to rezone the subject property from agricultural single-family 1 to a planned development, allowing 18 single-family residential dwelling units. Per future land use element policy 1.2, the site must satisfy minimum density requirements or meet an exception to minimum density. The maximum allowable density on the subject site is 34 dwelling units. However, in this case, the request would meet the minimum density exception due to the wetlands on site and the likelihood of development having an adverse impact on environmental features. The subject property is designated as residential 4 in the future land use map, and the intent of this category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential, as well as suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office, and multi-purpose projects when in compliance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element. The proposed residential development would allow for uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and satisfies the intent of the comprehensive plan's neighborhood protection policies. At the time of drafting this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments. Therefore, Planning Commission staff's finding did not take transportation comments into consideration for the analysis of this request. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use and density to be compatible with the surrounding area, and the proposed development is consistent with the development expected in residential 4. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the zoning hearing master summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning of the subject property to planned development to allow development of the property with a maximum of 18 single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet and a maximum density of 2.1 dwelling units per acre. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting PD variations to Part 6.02.01A of the Land Development Code access requirements in order to waive connectivity on the eastern and southern boundaries of the proposed project. Development Services staff does not support that request. The applicant is also requesting a PD design variance to the Land Development Code to reduce a 15-foot landscape buffer to a 5-foot buffer for the reasons set forth in the staff reports and the Planning Commission's findings, Planning Commission staff's findings. The zoning hearing master, following the hearing, recommended denial of the rezoning request.
Okay, so I would like to open it up for board discussion. Any comments, questions? Do I have a motion on this item? Board?
I'm prepared to support this. I feel like it has gone back to, I was looking for Commissioner White to weigh in because he had kind of led the discussion last time about the relative importance about the flooding in that area, which you testified to having seen with your own eyes, and so that's what I was waiting for. But I know that as it has gone back to Development Services, they've become, the transportation staff has become satisfied with the access, which was the sticking point, the access to the south. Is that correct, Mr. Gormley?
Yes, ma'am. We recognize that the project is providing for future connectivity and that the access being requested to the south is additional to what is actually being provided and does pose and would pose some challenges relative to the provision of the floodplain mitigation that the development of the site would require. So I'd say at this point we're comfortable with the access, potential future access being provided to the west.
And I very much appreciate and heard the citizen comments, and believe me, having been in their shoes many times, I do understand the difficulty of participating in these hearings, and we are working hard to make that easier. We have actually changed the process and are continuing to look at how to make that easier for citizens. I will say that, as the Planning Commission pointed out, 18 units on this property inside the urban service area, in an area where we're looking for infill, in an area where the maximum could be 34 units, is only approvable, only found consistent with the comprehensive plan by the Planning Commission because of the wetlands. So this actually needed that excuse to come down to 18 units. So I'm not, I know 18 units is 18 more units for traffic, but all things considered, it actually goes with the plan. And as far as the lot size, these will be 6,000 square foot lots. That's actually larger than some proposals we've seen for the rural area. It's not huge, but this is not the lot size where people will be reaching out their windows and shaking hands with their neighbors. So I would like to ensure that there's the condition for a conservation easement. I'm not clear on whether or not the applicant has reached an agreement with the EPC on that, but I'm prepared to move approval with a condition of commitment to a conservation easement. And then if they can't work that out, they'd have to come back for some kind of modification or agreement with some other party, for example, the Tampa Bay Nature Conservancy or something else along those lines.
And Commissioner, I would ask the applicant to read that condition that they're proposing into the record again.
Mm-hmm.
I do have, I've personally seen correspondence and understand that the EPC is amenable to accepting this. However, we didn't get anything written in terms of a proposed condition in advance of this meeting. So I'd like to hear that once more read into the record, please, by the applicant.
And Madam Chair, for the good of the order, I'm going to second Commissioner Smith's motion.
Thank you.
And then I'm in line for comments after.
I see that. Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to offer that, or at least a version of condition that they understand based on conversation?
Yes, ma'am. I'll read this very slowly and carefully. The developer shall dedicate to EPC a conservation easement for the wetlands at the southern boundary of the project.
Perfect. That does it for me. And so my motion is to approve with that condition.
And Commissioner White, you're offering the second to that condition? Excellent. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think you were offering a second to the entire motion, correct?
But I accept the condition.
Yes.
It was written to the
right.
record.
Okay. And I would have done the second. We traveled a long way in that little distance there, so I am pleased again about the conservation easement. Wanted to check on that. And also, too, I was very impressed by the residents, the citizens that spoke, and I just don't want them to become disheartened by the process. And we heard you loud and clear, and I have been long concerned, several of us have, about the traditional way that these meetings have been held, and the time and everything else, I think, make it difficult for citizens. And one thing I'm pleased about is that for both of you, I noticed, contacted us virtually, and I think it provides a real opportunity for people that couldn't normally make it, and that's something that's new that we've opened our meetings to. But I just want to also let them know, and Commissioner Smith kind of did this, but there is underlying rights that owners have to properties, and there's underlying rights on this property to develop it, as the Planning Commission and Commissioner Smith pointed out, at 34 units instead of 18 units. And we have a conservation easement over some property that is not necessarily typical of what has traditionally gone on. And so in those ways, I think and the developer has, I think, done quite some work on this to bring it around. I think it's been good review. I also was waiting for Commissioner White to say something before I said anything, because I didn't want to, somehow misunderstand this or feel as though we were missing something large here. But I'll be very much supporting this, and I think all around it was a good job done on this.
Excellent. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Kemp. Thank you for your remarks. I was a little shy this morning because I was unsure as to whether or not board consensus had been reached on this item. But I want to thank the applicant for making that concession on the concerns revolving around stormwater. I think the swale is going to be very helpful. To the citizens, thank you for coming out and speaking your mind. Infill development is so difficult, but to your point, Commissioner Smith, there was the potential for a lot more density there. I live nearby, just a couple miles away. I do know that traffic is a challenge there, but I think we can somehow manage to accommodate the additional traffic that'll be triggered by those handful of units. I know at one point I was advocating for further enhancements and improvements of the Lithia Pinecrest and Bloomingdale intersection. I'm not sure where we are on that, but let's hope that something's on the way there. But great infill project. They're always difficult. Appreciate the consensus of the board.
Thank you. And I agree that it is challenging when we are in a difficult situation where our transportation investments are lagging our zoning and permitting process. And so given that we are going to hopefully have some improvements in that area in the future, and will be a Bloomingdale, I've said continually, that should actually incorporate maybe a transit or bus emphasis corridor as recommended in the affordable housing and bonus study that was just presented to the Affordable Housing Advisory Board that will come to this board in the future. We recognize that many of these corridors are challenged, but we do have permittable entitled land that is inside the urban service area that has the right to develop. Finding a good compromise here does appear to be a good solution. And with that, seeing no further comment, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to F3. Mr. Grady?
The next item is agenda item F3. It's rezoning PD 21-1329. It's on the south side of Clay Pit Road. The request is rezoned to a planned development for 17 multifamily units. And Michelle Heinrich with Development Service staff will provide a brief overview of Development Services review and recommendation.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a request to rezone 1.89 acres from AS1 to PD to allow for a 17-unit townhome project. The site is located in the Res 9 Future Land Use category, Sefner Mango Community Plan Area, and Urban Service Area. No PD variations are requested. The number of units is as guided by the comprehensive plan and minimum density requirements in the urban service area. Staff's analysis of the surrounding uses found that a variety of housing types are permitted and developed within the general area, including townhomes. Proposed development standards provide a 50-foot setback along Clay Pit Road and the southern PD boundary. Side yard setbacks will comply with the 2-to-1 setback for the 2-story units and provide required buffering and screening. Planning Commission found the request consistent and no objections from reviewing agencies were received. Based upon these factors, staff recommends approval, subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move open to oral argument for the applicant. Is the applicant present to speak? I believe that I see that Jennifer Grissom is attending virtually.
Good morning. I'm Nick Bracken, the owner. And I just wanted to introduce the engineer associated with the rezone, Jen Grissom, who's available to answer any of your questions.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Grissom?
Yes, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the project, but we didn't have a presentation.
Okay, so I'm not hearing any additional oral arguments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak as the applicant on this item?
There's no one in the audience wishing to speak.
Okay, excellent. Are there any proponents or opponents present to speak to this item?
And no one in the audience.
All right, and we will hear from Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhard, for the record, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 9 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. Per future land use element policy 1.2, the site must satisfy minimum density requirements due to the site's location in the urban service area. The maximum allowable density on the subject site is 17 dwelling units, and the minimum allowable density is 12 dwelling units. The application requests the maximum dwelling units allowed and does satisfy policy 1.2. The proposed residential use is permissible within the Residential 9 future land use category. The proposed residential development would allow for uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and satisfies the intent of the future land use element's neighborhood protection policies. The proposed residential development furthers the vision of the Seffner Mango Community Plan, which seeks to enhance community character and ensure quality residential and non-residential development by supporting infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area, while also providing for compatibility with existing uses. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use and density to be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed residential development also meets the intent of the community plan, which supports infill development while also providing for compatibility. And the proposed development is also consistent with development expected in the Residential 9 future land use category. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leinhard. With that, we'll hear from the zoning hearing master summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 1.9 acres from AS1 to plan development to provide for a maximum of 17 single-family attached dwelling units. The Planning Commission staff, as you've heard, has found the request to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Development Services staff is also supportive. The zoning hearing master found that the surrounding area is developed with a mix of residential housing types, and the proposed 17 single-family attached dwelling units will provide a compatible land use given the residential development pattern in the area. Following the zoning hearing master's hearing, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the plan development rezoning request.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to board discussion or a motion.
Move approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, a second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Development Services for item F4.
The next item is agenda item F4, rezoning PD 21-1340. This is a request to rezone a 194-acre parcel from plan development and AS1 to plan development. The end result of this the request is for a 437-unit project. I would note that the net result based on the existing PD approvals is a 3-unit increase. Michelle Heinrich with Development Services staff will give a brief overview of the project and staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present and applicant present and been sworn in?
My commissioners, good morning. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. Commissioners, you've seen this project several times before. This morning, the request is simply to add 1.5 acres of undeveloped dirt internal to the subdivision. It's actually an internal fill-in, so to speak. That equates to 3 additional units in the RP2 development. And In addition to adding the acreage, we did a slight redraw of the internal configuration of the plan, which I just mentioned because it's part of the request. Other than that, I believe this proposal has no issues and all recommendations of approval from staff. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you very much. Are there any other applicants present to speak regarding this matter? And if not, we can move on to any proponents or opponents that might be at Saunders. I see have no one signed up virtually to speak.
There's no one in the audience.
Okay, excellent. And we'll move on to Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 4 and Residential Plan 2 future land use categories. Approximately 25.1 acres of the site is located in the urban service area and 168.9 acres is in the rural area. The site is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The application requests to modify Plan Development 20-969 and utilize the planned village concept to develop a rural village consisting of a maximum of 437 single-family homes, a village node, and a potential school site. The portion of the site located within the RP2 future land use category is within the rural area. The purpose of RP2 is to promote self-sustainable development. The ability to obtain the maximum intensities and/or densities permitted in the RP2 future land use category on parcels of 160 acres or greater is dependent on the extent to which developments are planned to achieve on-site clustering, meet the intent of the planned village concept, and demonstrate consistency with future land use element policies 33.5 and 3310. The requested design standards for smaller lot sizes within the planned village is consistent with the RP2 future land use category, which requires clustering in order to prevent urban sprawl, provide for the efficient provision of infrastructure, preservation of open space, and the protection of the environment, meeting the intent of future land use element policy 33.6. The minimum clustering ratio that is to be provided is 3.5 units per net acre, which is being met as shown on the site plan. The applicant has requested a waiver to the 250-foot buffer requirement in certain locations. The applicant has provided a justification to this waiver request. Planning Commission staff concurs with the proposed conditions provided by Development Services regarding the requested waiver. Achieving roadway connectivity is an important component of planned villages, and the site plan demonstrates roadway connectivity in multiple locations, meeting the intent of future land use element policy 33.11. The site is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, which encourages attractive residential development that complements the surrounding area and the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. The surrounding development pattern includes a variety of lot sizes. There are existing single-family residential developments with lot sizes of 4,400 square feet, which is similar to the proposed rezoning. The proposed use supports residential development that complements the surrounding character, as well as provides for housing diversity consistent with the vision of the Riverview Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll hear the zoning hearing master's summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone 194 acres from existing plan development 20-969 and AS1 to plan development, providing for a maximum of 437 single-family dwelling units with on-site retail, a daycare center, and possible public school site. The rezoning is really for an additional 1.4 acres and 3 dwelling units as part of the overall already approved planned village. A waiver is requested to the required perimeter buffer for the northern portion of the project. The zoning hearing master stated that this waiver was previously approved as part of PD 20-969's planned development zoning, and found that the waiver is justified by the significant setbacks proposed from adjacent homes and the provision of enhanced screening as part of the PD. The Planning Commission staff has found the request to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and consistent with the Riverview Community Plan, and with the comprehensive plan. Following the zoning hearing master's hearing, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of this rezoning request.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll open it up for board discussion or consideration of a motion.
Move for approval.
Move approval by Commissioner Myers. Do I have a second by Commissioner Cohen? Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Development Services.
The next item is agenda item F5 is rezoning standard 22-077. This is a rezoning of a 77 plus 4.41 acre parcel. It's located at the southeast corner of South County Road 39 and Swiley Road in the east rural area part of the county. It's in the rural service area. The comprehensive plan designation is Res 1, which permits a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. The request is to rezone from AR, which provides for a minimum lot size of 5 acres, to ASC 1, which provides for a minimum lot size of 1 acre and requires conventional development in single-family lots. Staff found the request approval and consistent with the existing zoning and development pattern in the area and is recommending approval. And we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll open it up for applicant oral argument. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
There's no one in the audience to speak to this item.
Okay. I don't have anyone signed up virtually either, so I'm assuming there are no proponents or opponents of party of record to speak. And assuming that is all the case, we'll move on to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhart, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and not located within the limits of a community plan. Because the subject site is in the rural area and the proposal therefore meets the intent of Objective 4 and Policy 4.1 of the future land use element by maintaining the low density, large lot residential development pattern of the rural area. Future land use element policy 9.1 states that each land use category shall have a set of zoning districts that may be permitted within that future land use category. The subject site is located in the rural area and has a future land use classification of residential 1, which permits 1 dwelling unit per gross acre. The intent of the residential 1 future land use category is to designate areas for low density, large lot residential uses that are compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The proposal to rezone the subject site to agricultural single family 1 meets the requirement of the residential 1 future land use category and Objective 9 in policies 9.1 and 9.2 of the future land use element. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies protect existing neighborhoods and development by ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area through various buffering techniques and mitigation strategies. Policy 16.8 specifically requires the density and lot sizes of the surrounding area to be compatible with the new development. The existing uses in the area are primarily agricultural with low density residential dwellings interspersed throughout. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. In this case, the surrounding area has existing ASC 1 zoning districts in the vicinity and preserves the existing rural residential character of the area. The proposal is therefore compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies found in the future land use element. The proposed rezoning would allow for development that is consistent with Goal 7 of the community design component, which seeks to preserve rural residential areas. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the zoning hearing master summary?
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning to the ASC 1 zoning district. The property is 77.41 acres in size, currently zoned agricultural rural designated residential 1 under the comprehensive plan and located within the rural service area. The applicant's representative testified that the property owner did not have plans to develop the property but was rezoning it as part of an estate planning process during the zoning hearing master hearing presentation. The Planning Commission staff has found the request to be compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with numerous policies regarding compatibility with the surrounding development. The zoning hearing master found that the original rezoning application included a property designated as a historic landmark known as the Lewis Good Gulf Service Station. Additionally, the subject property includes a house listed on the historic resource inventory known as the Farnsworth House. Both properties were reviewed by the Historic Resources Review Board, who found that the rezoning application will have no effect on either structure. It is noted that the Lewis Good Gulf Service Station parcel has been removed from the subject rezoning application. The zoning hearing master found that the request for the ASC1 zoning district on the subject property is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and with the residential 1 future land use category, and recommended approval.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll open up for board discussion or consider a motion. Hello?
Move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Cohen. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And our last F6.
Next item is agenda item F6 is rezoning standard application 22-0330. The project's located at 11308 Walter Hunter Road, and it is a 3.67 acre parcel. It's in the Res 1 comprehensive plan future land use category, which permits a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. The request is rezoned from AR, which permits a minimum lot size of 5 acres, to AS1, which would permit a minimum lot size of 1 acre. Staff found the request consistent and compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern in the area and is recommending approval. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present and wish to make a presentation?
I'll keep this short, Madam Chair. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue North, South, and number 451 in St. Petersburg. All departments are in support. We've had no calls or anyone in objection. Very quickly, it's a 3.67 acre site, currently zoned AR and Res 1. We're seeking AS1 zoning. Development Services supports it, finds it consistent, and the hearing officer also found it to be compatible and recommended approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone signed up as opponent or proponent, so we can move on to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and located within the limits of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The immediate area is a combination of agricultural rural, agricultural single-family 1, and agricultural zoning districts. The applicant's request is compatible with the zoning districts in the vicinity, which contain agricultural and residential land uses. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's growth management strategy, rural area policies, and objective 4, and the community design component policy 1.4, all located in the future land use element, which strive to maintain the rural lifestyle without the expectation of future urbanization. The proposed AS1 zoning will allow for low density residential, which is consistent with the rural development pattern that's found in the area. The maximum allowable density for the residential 1 future land use category is 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, and a rezoning to AS1 is consistent with the residential 1 future land use category. The request is consistent with future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies, which requires compatible lot sizes with nearby developments. The proposed rezoning would allow for 1 acre lots, which is compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. The subject site is located in the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan, which sets guidelines for development in the area. Cultural and historic objectives set out to enhance community capacity and retain the unique character of the rural communities. The request for AS1 zoning accomplishes this by providing more housing stock quantities to the area and establishing 1 acre lots that are consistent with the surrounding development pattern. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zoning Hearing Master summary, please.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning to the AS1 zoning district. The property is 3.67 acres in size, currently zoned AR, designated residential 1 by the comprehensive plan. The property is located within the rural service area and in the South Shore community planning area. The Planning Commission staff has found the request compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with numerous policies regarding compatibility with surrounding development. The zoning hearing master found that the request for the AS1 zoning district on the subject property is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and consistent with the residential 1 future land use category and recommended approval.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to board discussion or consideration of a motion. Move approval. I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent, thank you. Next 2 items is regarding a public hearing. G1a and G1b can be taken together. So we'll hear the presentation, hear the issues associated with the LDC, as well as the DRI development for amendment and the related rezoning, if that's correct. Development services? Or
Thank you. Again, Brian Grady for the record. Again, the related items, we have G1A, which is a development order amendment, the development order amendment to the Tampa Triangle DRI number 140, and the related item G1B is a remote zoning major modification of the related plan development. I'll go to Elmo to provide a brief overview of the project location and describe the request. Again, the overall development order, DRI, and plan development zoning is located. It's bounded on the north by Causeway Boulevard, the west US 301, and in the east and south by Falkenberg Road. The area that's being modified specifically for use allowances, both within the development order amendment to map H and amendment to the zoning modification of G1B, is to allow within this parcel multifamily uses. Multifamily is already permitted elsewhere within the PD. The PD is significantly built out except for this particular parcel within the development, the DRI and the zoning. With respect to the specific changes to the development order, the applicant is requesting to increase maximum permitted quantities for service center uses from 125,000 square feet to 250,000 square feet, and increase multifamily maximums from 1,230 to 1,630 units. They're also requesting to replace annual monitoring reporting requirements, and with a requirement for individual transportation and monitoring for each new increment of development to ensure the project continues to not exceed maximum trips thresholds of 1,325 external PM trips. When the development order was approved, it capped trips at that 1,325 threshold. There's a provisions within the DO for trade-off of different development entitlements within the project, as long as those trade-offs can occur as long as they do not exceed those trips. With the monitoring on each new increment of developing, to ensure that that does not exceed it, and if for some reason it does exceed those trips, then mobility fees will be the appropriate mode of mitigation that we assess. The other change is they're proposing to extend the build-out date to September 23rd, 2025. with project transportation impacts previously mitigated, continuing maintenance of the maximum of 1,325 external PM trips, and provisions for continual evaluation of future development to ensure compliance with the maximum trip threshold. Staff does recommend approval of the development order amendment to the Tampa Trial DRI. With respect to the major mod application, as noted, the purpose of the major mod application was to amend Parcel C within the plan development to allow for multifamily units. I would note that, but for this being on the related portion of the agenda, the rezoning application 21-1339 would have otherwise been on the consent agenda because it has all recommendations of approval and there was no parties of record associated with the application. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move. Is the applicant present to speak to this?
Yes, Truett Gardner, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed, sir.
Perfect. Thank you, and thank you for taking both these together. I'll be extremely brief. Brian gave a great overview, and we've got no objections from staff. We've sent notices out on this multiple times, have never heard anything except for positives. And then third, we've got a positive recommendation for the hearing master on the zoning side of the ledger. Maybe perhaps the best thing to do would be to explain this in terms of what we are not requesting as opposed to what we are. As Brian mentioned, we're not requesting any new uses. Instead, Parcel C, which is this parcel in question, does not currently allow for multifamily, so we're adding multifamily to Parcel C, but multifamily is an approved use in the overall DRI. Secondly, we're not intensifying the site. We're working within the entitlements that have already been granted for the overall development order and the PD. Instead, we're just increasing the caps as it relates to the overall site. Service center from 125,000 to 250,000, and then multifamily from 1,230 to 1,630. And then third, and perhaps most important, we're not increasing any trips associated with the overall DRI. As Brian mentioned, we're controlled by trips. This DRI is with a total of 1,325 PM peak hour trips approved. And even at full build out with what we're requesting today, we would only be at approximately 80% of those allowed trips. And this will basically build this DRI out completely. So I thought it might be best to explain this in terms of what we're not doing. If you have any questions, happy to answer those. And I believe Steve Henry, who's our traffic consultant, is available as well. With that, I'll stand down. Thank you.
Thank you. You still have 8 minutes for the presentation. I do see Mr. Bruce Earhart online to speak. Is he interested in speaking to this item as part of the applicant team?
He is supportive of it. I don't believe there's anything that Bruce needs to add unless he would like to.
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. Hearing no additional presentation by the applicant, I don't see anyone else in the audience regarding a proponent testimony or opponent testimony, of which there's time set aside for both of those.
That's correct. There's no one in the audience.
Okay. So let's hear from Development Services as to the amended recommendations.
We have nothing further to add.
I'm sorry.
Nothing further to add.
Nothing further to add. Excellent. Okay. And we don't hear from the Planning Commission on this, so we just move forward. And we can consider, unless there's board discussion, a combined motion to vote on item G1a and G1b together.
Move approval.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Smith and Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll move on to Section F, and that is Commissioner White's item.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My item seeks to approve an overlay district in the rural area of eastern Hillsborough County that encompasses much of the Lithia zip code, although not all of the Lithia zip code. I have asked my staff to prepare a presentation. I'm going to give him just a moment to cue that up.
David, just go ahead to display settings at the top left. And then click that duplicate slide. Yep, go ahead and click that.
It is being shared.
Yep, go ahead and click the duplicate slideshow, and then it should bring it full screen forward.
Duplicate slideshow has been pressed.
It's not allowing you to, you're saying?
Duplicate slideshow has been pressed.
Has been pressed.
Okay. Try stop sharing your presentation. And let's try that again. There you go.
There it is. So as I mentioned, this would be the Lithia/East Rural Overlay District. Next slide, please. So what's the proposed location? Next slide, please. Here's a map that would show that it is at far eastern rural portion of the county that encompasses the County Road 39 corridor. Next slide, please. So the intent of this is to preserve the rural heritage and character of the community. It would apply to non-residential structures. The proposed overlay district primarily prescribes architectural styles historically characteristic of rural communities in the U.S., although I will add that there's an important landscaping element to my proposal. Although this may look like a community plan, it is not intended to take the place of a community plan. There's so much more that a community plan can address, including but not limited to densities, where commercial development is located, and desired public services. I do believe that the East rural community is perhaps interested in a community plan, and my office has reached out to them to offer assistance in helping them to get a movement going. You will see that in order to be compliant with state law, residential structures would not be regulated. I will say that my original draft sought to regulate some forms of residential development, but the state has since enacted some preemptions. There is a pathway to regulate residential development, but that's going to be best dealt with at a later time, perhaps alongside a community planning effort. Next slide, please. So who else is doing this? Next slide, please. As you can see, there are many communities that are doing this, and many are administered by the county or municipal administration, although there are some that are administered by other entities. I'll also note that all but one of these communities are in the state of Florida. Now, you may have seen the news that Manatee County just repealed the parish overlay just last week, and I'll talk more about that in a bit, as I just learned about this yesterday. Next slide, please. So Palm Bay, Florida is a municipality that has a great example of this. They regulate commercial architecture just like I'm seeking to do here. Next slide, please. Palm Bay prescribes the Florida Vernacular architectural style throughout their city. And as you can see in these slides, even a large value-based corporation like Walmart will comply with these types of regulations if there's a business market in the community. Next slide, please. Now, here are some examples from Parrish. I'm not going to wade into Manatee County politics, but I did have my legislative aide watch their April 7th land use meeting yesterday, a recording of it. And it's interesting that there were 6 folks at that meeting in opposition to repealing the overlay district, but more importantly, they referenced a county-sponsored town hall that had been held on March 31st, where as many as 100 attendees were there in opposition to repealing the overlay district. The vote is also of interest. The overlay district was repealed on a 6-to-1 vote, but it's interesting that the one vote in opposition was cast by the single-member district commissioner whose district includes Parrish. I thought that was very interesting. Next slide, please. This is some pictures of Seaside. I vacation up in the Florida Panhandle a lot. It's a great community. This one is administered at the community level, I think through an HOA or some other entity. They've also done a great job in Seaside with the native landscaping. Next slide, please. Now here is just an excellent example. Now this example happens to be out of state, but I wanted to highlight it because of the nice job that they've done. You can see in Sedona, Arizona, through an overlay district, they have really, through public policy, created a sense of place. If I covered up Sedona, Arizona, and asked you to guess where these structures are, you might not guess exactly Sedona, Arizona, but I would bet my bottom dollar that you'd say, we're in the desert Southwest someplace. They've really created that sense of place. You can also see in this slide that large corporations have gladly complied with the overlay district because clearly there's a market there. And just a fun fact, the Sedona, Arizona McDonald's is one of the few McDonald's in the world that has arches other than golden arches. They were required to do turquoise arches as a provision within the overlay district. Next slide, please. Northport, Florida has an overlay district much like the one I'm proposing here, and they allow for a varied architectural palette, just like I'm proposing today. Next slide, please. A couple of examples out of Northport. As you can see, a couple of large national corporations once again have gladly complied. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the architecture that you have traditionally seen in rural communities and what I'm proposing here. Next slide, please. The Greek Revival architectural style is emblematic of a small town bank. As you can see, the structure at the top is a bank structure, but you can also see a great example here on a Chamber of Commerce building. Next slide, please. The general store is something that you see in rural communities. It's a cornerstone of small town America. And you can even see we have one general store here that was actually built really to the Greek Revival style. Next slide, please. Many businesses in small towns and rural communities have utilized barn architecture, and for whatever reason, this tends to be especially popular in restaurants, and you can see several real-life examples here. Next slide, please. Florida vernacular architecture. This is truly Florida's architectural heritage, and you can see in this slide that our very own Goodson Farm Strawberry Market and Balm is featured here. They've built their beautiful building in a Florida vernacular style. Next slide, please. The Italianate, we've included a couple of examples here. You do see that in some urban settings as well. Next slide, please. There is broad community support. I will note that this area is sparsely populated. This area is still very rural. So a dozen residents supporting this is really a groundswell of support, in my opinion. I have been working closely on this with 6 to 8 residents who support this, all of whom live within the proposed district boundaries. Next slide, please. So what might be some arguments against doing this overlay district? Next slide, please. One that I've heard is you aren't going to see anything built in the area besides fast food or convenience stores. Next slide, please. Even if this is the case, these businesses will comply with an overlay district if there is a market for their business. Next slide, please. Some examples. Next slide. There's the Sedona, Arizona McDonald's once again. Next slide, please. Here's one in Freeport, Maine. Now, I believe this one was likely the preservation of an existing historic building, but it nevertheless demonstrates that a business will invest in a community if there's a market there. Next slide, please. Here's another one. Again, I'm quite sure that this is the preservation of an existing historic building, but still demonstrates that businesses will invest in communities. Next slide, please. Another argument is, you know, there's not going to be a lot of commercial growth in this area, period. Next slide, please. This may be true for the next 10 years or so, but history tells us that we should act now and be proactive in our placemaking policy initiative. We can look at State Road 60 through Brandon as an example. It became a real eyesore. It was retrofitted with an overlay district, and you are starting to see some new buildings, particularly on the east side of 60, that are built to their overlay district standards. But the bottom line is it's going to take 50 years or more to see the full benefits of that overlay district. It's best to be proactive and enact this sort of policy before development occurs. Next slide, please. So I've talked about our architectural heritage, but the overlay district also seeks to protect our natural heritage. Next slide, please. So the proposed overlay seeks to require Florida native landscaping. Next slide, please. So here are some examples that I pulled up from Panama City Beach, Florida. Protecting our natural heritage is just as important as preserving our architectural heritage. As you can see in the upper left, there's a new landscape that was done at a gas station. It includes the native sable palms, oak. There's a magnolia in there, and then of course you have the saw palmetto understory. And then interestingly, on the upper right and on the lower photograph, you can see that some businesses just kept some mature, intact, existing native landscape in place. And Mr. Gormley, that reminds me, if this initiative passes today, I would like you to ask you to make just a small tweak that would, in the document, encourage developers to preserve existing intact native landscape and incorporate that into their landscape whenever possible. The one in the bottom is from the parking lot of a CVS in Panama City Beach. And then, of course, you can see in the Dairy Queen, they've done a great job of preserving the natural landscape. Next slide, please. So the benefits are broad. This overlay district would preserve and enhance the rural character of the community, protect the quality of our natural resources, preserve forest integrity, preserve sensitive areas and wildlife habitat, and protect the aesthetics of the natural environment. Many would argue that this area is exurban and no longer truly rural. I would argue against this and maintain that this area can hold on to its rural and small town character. if you take a look at the Atlanta metro area as an example, there are many areas that have held on to their individual character, but are no less part of the fabric of the Atlanta metro area. Franklin, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville, is another great example. But even if I'm wrong and this area does eventually become more urban or suburban in scale, there's no harm in doing this overlay district today. It can always be tweaked or even repealed down the road. Special interests would call this burdensome regulation, but I would call it an investment in our community, and businesses should want to invest in our community. Commissioners, thank you for indulging me in this presentation. So at this time, I would like to make a motion. Before I do so, Mr. Gormley, there's a date in June that might be important for me to incorporate into this. Is that right?
Yes, if the board was inclined to initiate this as a land development code amendment, some options for hearing. There's 2 public hearings required. We currently have May 19th on the calendar for the second public hearing for the round 1 of LDC amendments. This application could make that for its first public hearing, if that was the board's desire. The other options for scheduling a second public hearing, which are not calendared at this time, would be June 9th and July 21st. Confirm that both are calendared and reserved and available without any subject matter associated with them at this point.
Okay, so my motion is to direct county staff to prepare the attached overlay district with the one tweak, encouraging the preservation of intact native landscape for a special land development code amendment cycle. And the proposal is for the first public hearing to be on May 19th and the second public hearing to be on June 9th.
Second. Or
We have a motion by Commissioner White, a second by Commissioner Kemp. And with that, I'll recognize Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I am very excited about this and really appreciate all the work you've done, particularly getting the community involvement and community support. I was asking staff about that and was wondering about that, and glad to hear that you've really been incorporating that, because this kind of sense of place and character building really needs to be incorporating the local people as well. And I love the idea of establishing these kinds of design standards for commercial businesses. You did a great job of showing examples of how that can work. I've seen it in my travels as well. And, I think it's really important to set the tone early so people who are considering investing there or remaining there and building on their investment understand that they're in a place that is really going to preserve that rural character, and they don't, they have reason to expect that moving forward. And everybody understands when you drive through a place like your examples that there's a commitment to maintaining this character, and that's what this community is about. I love the encouragement of the native plants in the landscaping. I'm really glad that you included that element as a card-carrying member of the Florida Native Plant Society for decades. I really understand it. It's important to have the native landscaping as well for the local character, just like you showed how the landscaping, and I just had a short trip to Tucson, where I saw, the landscaping really contributes to that sense of place, not just the architecture. So it is important for the local character, the Florida heritage, that you're really indicating a deep respect for, but also for wildlife habitat. When you have a whole lot of native habitat, even if it's in people's yards, even if it's in the commercial landscaping, that is larval food for the local butterflies. It's food for our local native birds. It's foraging space and nesting space for the wildlife that is native to Florida. And that also helps to foster a appreciation of where we live. And all of that contributes, even though you can't and wouldn't want to limit the homeowners, it contributes. I think you'll find that a lot of them will end up going along these same lines when that's the nature of the rest of the community development. And, you know, we can do things like, we can go along with this in road projects and landscaping that we do along infrastructure, if and when we're doing county projects, or it'll be a long time before we're putting schools or anything else there, but this sets the tone for anything that comes. I was curious about where the Greek and Italian style is coming from. As I thought about that, I in my brain, I'm remembering, well, you go to, say, Everglades City, and there is some of that in the community buildings, in the city halls or the bank buildings or something like that. So I get it. Again, if that's what the community wants to include, that's fine with me. That's if that's where that's coming from. Me personally, I hope we see more of the Florida vernacular and the barns and the historic Florida style of buildings. You know, one point I will ask, maybe if you've considered or if we might consider as we're moving forward. I think that something like the HCC South Shore campus is very modern and contemporary, but it kind of embodies the philosophy of even sort of a Frank Lloyd Wright fitting into the landscape. They've done a really good job of considering the environment in all respects, from the direction of the sunshine to working with the Wolf Branch Creek wetland system and kind of natural colors, and yet having an artistic slant to the roof. And of course, they're gold LEED certified. So I am not about to come in here at the last minute and throw a whole bunch of other stuff in the work that you've clearly been doing with the community. I just offer that as food for thought as this moves forward. If there would be some extra, room for LEED certified buildings along those lines, since we already have that example in the HCC South Shore campus. And again, that was done to have the architecture fitting into the landscape and fitting into the environment and respecting sustainability principles. So that's like food for thought that I throw out there. Fully supportive, the motion on the floor and the work of the community and what you and the community are doing. It's just an idea. One last idea is, I know that Pasco County was looking at a rural overlay that also included parking lot and setback standards, so that, and you might just look at that in the space between here and then, because if we're going to all that trouble of requiring these buildings to have a certain look, if they're then in front of a whole lot of parking, it kind of takes away from that sense of rural place, where Pasco has included the parking. Of course, anybody coming is going to be driving out there for a long, long time, but it's on the side or behind. And so I'm just tossing that out as something you might look at between here and there. Other than that, I'm wholly supportive and very excited to see this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to that.
Certainly.
I'd like to ask staff to take a look at that and see if that's something we can incorporate into the draft that comes back for public hearing. I've studied Pasco's plan. Unless it's been amended, the last time I looked at it, it really didn't have a lot of teeth to it from a regulatory perspective. But that doesn't mean that we can't take the language in there as it relates to setbacks and parking lot requirements and plug it into ours. So I like that idea.
Can I say one more thing before I relinquish the floor? And that is, I just want to make sure we appreciate the illustrations that were in your backup that were done by our own Israel Monsanto, who knew that he had those talents. And I just want to say I very much appreciated that, and that was a really pleasant surprise to see those. Thank you.
Excellent.
And if I may, Madam Chair,
okay, you guys are
respond to that.
All right, everybody's going rogue, but yes.
I want to commend Israel as well. And I forgot to mention in my presentation that I started working on this before COVID, but I shelved it throughout the pandemic because this county commission and our staff had bigger fish to fry during the COVID pandemic. But I'm glad that you all encouraged me a couple of meetings ago to go ahead and move it forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. This presentation has been a joy. It really has been. And I have to say, it took me by surprise. When I saw the outline, I didn't quite understand where this overlay district was going to be, because I had thought more some other areas, and then I was thinking, well, no, the community plans are more like overlay districts in some ways for those other areas. And I've been very focused on perhaps in some areas, even where there's community plans for some smaller types of overlay district. I was thinking more of the examples when I was here as an aide for Kathy Castor. I was very involved in the overlay district and Town and Country on Hillsborough Avenue that was passed. And at the time, Commissioner Rhonda Storms, when she saw that this was moving along, she literally said that everybody says that Brandon is ugly. And this is my memory, something as that. And she said that she wanted to create an overlay district in Brandon. And that was done as a pair. And when I came back here in my first year, as a commissioner, the overlay district in Brandon there was a development that was part of that overlay district, and it was virtually ignored and waived the requirement to comply with the overlay district at all. And those overlay districts are long-term things, where you don't see the fruit in the first decade, second decade, maybe see a little change. They're really about the future. And I was disappointed to see that wasn't, I love that you brought it up, and about teeth, because the teeth is this commission showing a support and an insistence when we do finally establish these kinds of things. It was interesting, the story that you just told about Manatee County too. But this is a joy to see, and I'm glad that you did get a groundswell of support for this. I think it's, in the future, if anybody wants to, they can change it, make it more explicit or strong, or they can do obviously whatever they want. But I think it's excellent to be thinking about this now. And I'll mention one other story that I think is a sad story with regards in Tampa, the city of Tampa. I don't know if anybody here remembers this, but I do remember it. The IKEA that was built there right outside of Adamo. And at the time, I had asked some questions about it, I wasn't personally very much engaged in it, but I was kind of attentive to it. And apparently these big box stores, as I understood at the time, kind of have their A, B, and C plans. And if you don't ask for any better, if you're just desperate to, have them locate and whatever, you get the C plan. But you can say, we want the B or A plan, and apparently it's pretty much just at the council or commission or whatever body. I think caring and respecting enough of their community to do that, and to kind of want to create this sense of place to have a higher quality. At any rate, and I'll just say, because I admired her for doing it very much. At the time, City Councilor Linda Saw Senate kind of championed this. And this was about, I guess it's been a couple decades now. And I think she was pretty well taken to task by others and somewhat ridiculed for her desire to have this done. And it was not done. So apparently the IKEA, which I see everywhere at other places, I don't know what the B or C, A looks like, but I've seen a lot of the C's, and I was disappointed because I think many times they want to do the business more than we do, and it's pretty easy to comply. It's not even a matter a lot of times of a greater investment. It's just a matter of a more caring and complementary investment. And to me, it's just so significant to do that. So the idea that you're thinking decades ahead, that you went through this work to do that, I find this just a great joy, and I thank you very much. I think it's really, really important for the future.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
So very much along the lines of what Commissioner Kemp was just talking about, and for the record, I never served with Linda Salsena. Had I, though, I certainly would have appreciated what you're talking about, because later on the Tampa City Council, I did vote for some overlays. And it didn't take very long to start to see the streets and areas that were affected by those overlays really be transformed. And Howard Avenue has a very successful overlay, and the whole West Shore Business District does too. And to your points, the big box retailers are happy to comply with it if you give them the rules. Otherwise, they're going to default back to their original plans. The Whole Foods that just opened up on Dale Mabry, which is a very architecturally significant building, conforms with the overlay. And I will tell you that in my experience on the Tampa City Council, whenever those rules were waived, somebody later came to regret it because the deviation was noticed. So I want to compliment you on this work. It's really significant. There is one area I'm not sure if you're covering or not, and I was going to suggest, I don't want to open up more than already has been, whether or not the sign ordinances are going to be a part of these design standards. Because in my travels around, what I really notice is that in places that have enforced uniform sign standards, it really complements whatever overlay and natural resource protections are there as well. And again, big retailers, any retailer, is going to go for the biggest sign that they're allowed. But if the rules are the same for everybody, then they'll all put the sign that's allowed, and you'll have much less signage than you'll have elsewhere. I know that in the city, the sign standards have been changed. The signs are much smaller now, but there's an awful lot that was sort of during the Katy Bar the Door region that is not region, era, was allowed, and those signs are all grandfathered in, and they're really large. But as they get replaced, they have to come down in size and be much less obstructive. So I don't know if that's part of what you're considering, but if it's not, it might be something worth looking at with this.
Commissioner White?
So staff and I definitely wrestled over the issue of signs. Mr. Gormley, what's the technical term for those low-profile signs?
Monument.
Monument signs. You thinking something along those lines?
Absolutely.
Like, and maybe something that matches or complements the architecture of the building?
Absolutely.
I'd be interested in that, Mr. Gormley, maybe trying to incorporate something that would prescribe monument signs and perhaps something that matches or complements the architecture of the building. Great idea, Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you. And I've actually brought the map back up just to kind of take a look at the corridors. I am truly appreciative of your work and the staff's work to work with you on identifying, styles and possibilities, because I remember the overlay district for the Heights community, which was actually more on the residential side. So we had a clear style for many years where the homes were identified for architectural standard. But in that time period where commercial had not been established, so much of the character of the community was lost that when we would look to try and develop commercial overlay, there wasn't any idea about where to start because so much had already been lost. And so I truly appreciate that bringing this forward. I'm hoping that maybe it actually, kind of moves into RP2 and WVR2 in some respects, because those plans allow for mixed use and community benefit that would have commercial buildings or some level of commercial building in what is still somewhat of a rural community. But I don't know that we have that kind of detailed or in those particular communities as far as our plan is concerned. But I could see how the style of the community in the rural area, even though it's become more urbanized inside the urban service area, that could be adopted and appreciated not only there but also inside of areas where we've developed strategies for mixing a community of both suburban and rural. So, I mean, residential and commercial. So I really do appreciate this, and having some specifications early on is critically important, because once that style is lost, it's very difficult to bring it back. So I appreciate your foresight on this and look forward to supporting this measure and the move forward in terms of how this part of our county grows and thrives and holds on to its personal character, because I think that's an important part of how our community grows long term. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. So we have a motion, and I've lost track of who actually did it. Sorry, I didn't write it down, but Commissioner White, I know, made the motion. I've forgotten who made the seconds. Kemp? Okay, excellent. Thank you. And not seeing any further discussion, please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it. Okay, we're on to Section I, staff items. Here we hear a report from staff regarding the land use meeting process and our options to consider.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, item I-1 is a follow-up to the December workshop that the board had on the land use meeting process. At that meeting, there were several, the land use process was described, and there was a couple items that rose to the level of warranting some additional board discussion, and in particular having it at a board meeting as opposed to a workshop, so any appropriate direction could be given. The two issues that rose to the level of follow-up are the land use meeting, the zoning hearing master process, and specifically the element where the board is limited to the record of the zoning hearing master hearing, both in what they can consider and what they could hear from the public at the meeting. There was also some comments made about the role of the zoning hearing master, whether that role was needed, whether that role was, I would characterize as given the appropriate weight, and by that I would clarify that one of the the current structure of the zoning hearing master recommendation is one that the board is meant to receive and respond to and react to. And the code currently requires that the board provide justification or reasons why it would reach a decision different than the zoning hearing master. So I think that was something that the board was perhaps wanting some additional discussion on, both the process side of it and the relative weight given to the zoning hearing master recommendation versus the board's decision, which is ultimately the decision. Board is the decision maker in this process. The other item that was raised for discussion was the concept of ex parte communications. Ex parte communications are currently discouraged and are presumed to be prejudicial to rezoning process based on case law. There is a state statute that allows a disclosure process to be adopted by ordinance or resolution that would allow some rebuttal or of any disclosures made. That item is currently not part of the board's process, and we're maintaining the discouragement of ex parte communication with any disclosure of inadvertent ex parte communications that are delivered to the board members. A little bit more in depth on the zoning hearing master process. We have polled some other counties in Florida as to their processes, and each of them have some form of pre-hearing before the Board of County Commissioners decides that, whether it's by a hearing officer or by a planning commission. And I'll note that in those other jurisdictions, the planning commission itself, it has a different structure than the Hillsborough County City County Planning Commission, which is prescribed by a special act. The other counties have some different latitude. So when we're talking planning commission, they're different. There's a lot of similarities with the bodies, but it's not the same structure that we have here. The difference in a lot of these jurisdictions is that in some cases the board will hold a new public hearing, an open record public hearing on each application. In one county, Lee, they maintain a process that is similar to ours, and in others, such as Orange County, there is a potential for the board acting on those recommendations that come to them, or potential for that to be heard in a public hearing. So some options for the board to consider relative to the zoning hearing master process. One is that the board would hear all applications on first impression without the having gone through a zoning hearing master process and recommendation be provided first. Another option is that the board maintain the zoning hearing master process, but hold a new open public hearing on each application. And I'll note that both of those options wouldn't allow for a consent agenda to hear rezoning applications. If the board's required to hold a public hearing on each one of those, that could not be done as part of a consent agenda. Another option to consider is say sort of a hybrid between what we have now and those options, and that would be that the board maintain the zoning hearing master process, the zoning hearing master continue to make recommendations to the board, and the board have a set criteria for what applications would go on the consent agenda and what applications would be heard by the board, similar to what the board has now. In that option, the limitation to the zoning hearing master record could be changed so that the zoning hearing master would hear applications, make their recommendation based on the record, and then provide for an open record period between the zoning hearing master and the board consideration of the application that would allow additional materials to be added to the record, and then the board hold a public hearing on those applications that don't qualify for a consent agenda, and also not be bound to the zoning hearing master's record. And I just want to emphasize, both of these issues kind of revolve around the record for the application. And just will highlight, all zoning decisions by the board need to be supported by competent substantial evidence that's in the record. And by the record, I mean the whole body of information that is the application, any public input, any documentary evidence that's submitted, staff reports, agency comments, recommendations, and testimony at the public hearing. The zoning here, the current structure now, again, has a finite end to that record establishment. Certainly, there's latitude, and it's certainly precedented throughout other jurisdictions that be opened up for additional information if the board so desires. On the ex parte communication element, there are really two choices. There's maintain the current discouragement of ex parte communications that's in place now, or adopt an ordinance that would provide for that disclosure process and reducing the presumption of, eliminating the presumption of prejudice. I will say under that second option, the board will still be bound to have a record that supports any decision made with competent substantial evidence. So, if ex parte communications are allowed and communications are provided to the board, any board members, and that information is known by the board member and disclosed on the record, it still may not rise to the level of being something that constitutes evidence that we could use to defend any decision made. So, simply relating something that is told by somebody else, may still have challenges of whether that could be used as the basis of the decision. And in any case, whether the board maintains a current system or adopts a process for disclosure, we'll still need to look at the actual record of information to defend any decision. Lastly, we did poll some jurisdictions, and there was kind of a mix of what different jurisdictions do. There are at least two that have adopted a formal disclosure process. Many of the others that we've looked at maintain a discouragement of ex parte communication with a disclosure of any inadvertent ex parte communication being made at the hearing. So that's a short overview of the report. We welcome any board questions, anything that would like to go more in depth on, or any direction the board might provide. In the event that the board would direct some changes to the process, I would suggest a way to go about that would be to get any appropriate direction today. If it's kind of final direction, we could come back with a final, or maybe food for more discussion. We could come back with actual code language that would actually memorialize these concepts for the board's consideration at a future workshop or board hearing, depending on how the board would like to proceed on that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for that report. I have a couple of commissioners that have comments and questions. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to start with, what a great report by staff. And thank you so much for your work on really listening to our whole workshop, all the discussion, all the concerns, and not only at our workshop, but as we've been talking about this in land use hearings and in private briefings, to take all of that input and kind of summarize it and distill it into logical sections and propose options and, how they would work. I'm just really impressed and grateful that for the work you've done to help us come to our next steps. Very well done. From my place, having been, as I said earlier, on both sides of this dais for a very long time with land use issues, I feel that change is needed. I think it's hard to argue when you look around this county at the way development has occurred over the last couple of decades, that our system could not use some improvement, or at least a discussion of how we might do things differently, and really appreciate the survey of the other jurisdictions to have an understanding of how these things are working elsewhere. Change is hard. I mean, just removing the oral argument piece of red tape, it took years. And originally, when I first got here, I thought, oh, this will be easy. Everybody knows this is silly. And when I first proposed it, we had like a parade of developers and land use attorneys in here saying how horrible that would be. Watch the unintended consequences, oh my goodness. And yet, now that we've finally brought it back and been able to do that, we see things are running smoothly after all. So I appreciate that change is hard, and it's easier to just go along doing the same old thing, but I really appreciate the willingness of staff and this board to consider other ways we might improve the process. I would suggest that today we look at these things in two bites, the zoning hearing master process and then the ex parte process. Just telegraphing, I think the ex parte process can be, maybe tweaked, and I'm not proposing throwing the baby out with the bathwater there today, but with the zoning hearing master process, I just would like to start there with some of the issues and direction that we might give to staff. First, and an understanding of what's going on. First of all, as staff mentioned, in order to have zoning items on a consent agenda, you would need a recommendation to base that on. You'd have to have recommendations of approval for these things to appear on the consent agenda. But I'd like to point out that in today's agenda, we have a huge consent agenda of 15 items. Do not be afraid that we would have, if we eliminated the ZHM hearing and we had only one hearing, those 15 items would not be all coming to us one at a time, because only 3 of those items went to the zoning hearing master. Always on our consent agenda, we have a whole lot of platting, and we have things like today, a couple of historic preservation and development review text amendment. There's all kinds of other things. The 3 items we had today about mining annual reports, all of those and the plattings and everything else would still sail through on a consent agenda. So when you think about, oh my goodness, these things wouldn't be on consent if we eliminated zoning hearing master, there would only be 3. And those 3, would be the kinds of things that you put on consent because they're all pretty simple to approve, and they would go like, it may add, 30 minutes if we had those 3 on our agenda today. So you're not looking at a whole lot extra time. I'll point out again that all the E items that we have today, that we ever have, do not go to a zoning hearing master. They come straight here. So, when you think about the consequences, just be careful to think about the actual consequences. The packaging of the record with staff comments, all the comments from the school board, from the water utilities, from the transportation engineers, all those comments, the planning commission staff review, development services review, all those are done before the zoning hearing master. All that goes to the zoning hearing master, and currently it's closed. if we were to eliminate the zoning hearing master, and I'm prepared to not only talk about eliminating, but possibly revising, but if we went all the way to the end of eliminating the zoning hearing master, that record with all our staff comments and planner reviews, that still is the same. It goes to the zoning hearing master, and then it comes to us. If we eliminated the zoning hearing master, that whole record would just come to us with planning commission finding of consistency or inconsistency, and with development services recommendations and all the conditions that they work out with the hearing. So it would be a big change to eliminate the zoning hearing master, but let's be clear about what would change and what wouldn't. We would still see the same record coming to us. All our surrounding counties use a simpler system without a zoning hearing master. In fact, the only county that does, I think in your review, was Lee County, have that zoning hearing master process. So it's not impossible to do. I know that, as Commissioner Cohen pointed out, we can and do vote differently than the zoning hearing master. But, and this is something that I think we need to consider changing one way or the other. Often, when a case is appealed, and it can be appealed when we approve it, sometimes we've had cases appealed by the neighborhood or by Sierra Club. It can be often appealed, more often appealed, when we deny it. And in those cases, if we have the zoning hearing master has approved it, recommended approval, and we deny it, sure, it's our purview and the buck stops here, but that's not clear in our current system. And that's one thing I think we need to change in a small change or a big change, because that, first of all, the title, zoning hearing master, is like the Wizard of Oz. I mean, it has an air of authority greater than or on a par with our county commission. But our decision is the higher authority, and we shouldn't have to compete with the decision of the zoning hearing masters, particularly because, you know, recognize that the zoning hearing master does not need to be an attorney. And we've had zoning hearing masters that are not attorneys, that are engineers that work in the development industry, and after they quit their job as the zoning hearing master, they go on, and we're seeing them here advocating for the developer side. So and I only say that to recognize that they're not they haven't gone through some planning academy, some legal academy to offer an opinion greater than ours of substantial competent evidence. In my view, often the citizens who are coming here talking about the flooding on their street or the traffic on their block or the design standards in their neighborhood are just as competent, substantial evidence as this zoning hearing master, which at the end of the day is just another opinion. It's somebody we've appointed to give us an opinion, but it's just another opinion, and it's no more. We should be careful not to give it more weight, because when we do make that decision that disagrees with the zoning hearing master, we've given away some authority that gets in the way of our defending, our attorneys defending our appeal to a judge who, you know, all he's hearing is, well, they had this recommendation from the zoning hearing master and they went against it. And now the tide is against it when our attorneys are trying to defend our position in court against the position of a zoning hearing master. It is, so that's one piece I think we can change one way or the other. We can throw out the zoning hearing master process, or we can amend it to define the zoning hearing master and clarify it in our land development code that would give clarity to the authority that he actually has, he or she, and the role that they actually have. Another thing, I think, is simply that the zoning hearing master hearing is a very costly, cumbersome redundancy to our own hearing. We've got this whole edifice of a whole other hearing that happens. The other communities that use a planning and commission and their planning commission or planning and zoning board, it's maybe a whole lot less than ours. Is a whole quasi-judicial hearing that the citizens have to go through, the staff has to go through, the applicant has to go through, doing the same thing there that they come and do to us. Talk about an extra redundant layer of government that is very costly, and I will tell you, it is very cumbersome for the citizens who go do that one hearing at night, and then they still haven't spoken to their elected officials. They got to come do another hearing. They have to, and even though we've eliminated the oral argument, they still have to be a party of record at that hearing, one way or the other, before they're allowed to speak to us at this hearing. They no longer have to jump through the oral argument hoop, but they do have to be a party of record. And so they have to go through 2 hearings, as does our staff, as does our attorneys, as does the applicant. And all of that whole edifice of everybody going at 6 o'clock at night to the zoning hearing master, the main thing we get out of it is a consent agenda that would be 3 items less today. That's the main thing we get, plus a recommendation that sometimes gets in our way. Finally, the other problem I think we need to address is the closing of the record at the zoning hearing master. And that has been very problematic. The zoning hearing master hearing is what, like 3 weeks ahead of this hearing-ish?
Yeah, typically a little bit more.
Yeah, more than 3 weeks ahead of this. And sometimes if they continue before they get here or whatever, we might be hearing it months later here. And yet the record was closed there. So you can't talk about what you've learned since then, what you read in the newspaper. And so that limits what we are able to consider, because we're not allowed to consider one single thing that was not already closed in that record. And as I say, most of that record, except for the zoning hearing master opinion, was done by our staff before it goes to the zoning hearing master. We have seen here, time and time again, citizens get tripped up and interrupted because they're addressing something that our county attorney is tasked with figuring out on the fly. Was that in the record? Last time we had that happen, it was a record of, 160, or no, it was a couple hundred pages. And she was trying to figure out, oh my, did they really, are they addressing something that was already in the record? And I was able to pull out, oh, it's on page 165. Yes, it's here. But, we shouldn't have to be doing that. Another time a citizen was talking about light pollution, and our poor overworked county attorney was saying, well, I don't think light pollution was in the record, but I was saying, well, lighting was in the record. So that's, and light pollution is in the community plan. So we can talk. We're having all these interruptions of citizen testimony and trying to talk to their elected officials about these rezonings because of this requirement that our record be closed several weeks or months before it gets here. And that also restricts the number of who can come speak to us. If they've just found out about it, a couple of weeks ahead of time, but they weren't at the hearing, zoning hearing, which was maybe a couple of months ago, they can't speak to us. So, those are all the major things that I think we need to look at changing, and that is, more clearly defining the role of the zoning hearing master and, not closing the record And me personally, I think you can see, I would make a motion right here, right now, to ask staff to bring back to another hearing some possibilities, some suggestions for the way we could just eliminate the zoning hearing master hearing and hear everything right here without that whole layer of bureaucracy. As I say, I want to hear from my fellow board members and hear whether or not there's appetite for that today. If not, I'd like the opportunity to make a different motion that would direct staff to possibly bring back language that would revise the zoning hearing master process. But first, I'd like to hear how far you guys are willing to explore and consider, recognizing that we're just going to get language back and we can have another discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I'll also say to staff, Mr. Gormley, Ms. Lundgren, you did a great job in, and I said that when I talked to you, in putting together this to give us a really good idea technically of the pros and cons and different examples. I always look to different examples from other counties, jurisdictions, to try to understand what they're doing and how it differs or it is like ours. I also know that I originally was here as an aide to Commissioner Castor, so I've been on that side of it where you're taking a lot of the public are calling you, not understanding the process. I mean, it's just a nightmare. And I've also, and Commissioner Smith was one of those citizens back then who understood it extraordinarily well. And over the years, we've talked about it quite a bit before she's become a commissioner. And so I am very much attuned to hearing Commissioner Smith's analysis, and I kind of know where she's been for years. And by the way, I would second your motion. Should this, move forward? But to your points, it was just interesting. The two residents, the young men who made it through this morning, the gauntlet of what it takes. Like, I'm always amazed to have any citizen come here at all. Quite frankly, I am. And then for them to be cut off, and this isn't a critique of our county attorney, or of our attorneys, but I just think it's just so unbelievably daunting. I honestly think of it sometimes as like a really bad video game where you always get killed before you reach the point where you can say anything. I could just imagine, exploded by this. Oh, you're not in the 10-day window. Blah, blah, I mean, that was just absurd that we had that rule. And I bet you anything, we could have not heard those comments this morning had that rule still existed. They would not have been able to. They were just citizens who were just trying to understand. And what we're not even looking at here is preliminarily to all of this, which I think something in the future might be looked at. I've always had some issue with it. I think it's great that we have as part of our process that a developer meets with the community or gets community input outside of any process at all. But there's been community meetings where hundreds of people have shown up. Only the developer collects their names and numbers. They think that they only go to the developer. They think that they hear a certain version of events. They believe that they've already done their civic duty or had their word heard or taken seriously by just that. And sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not. And so that's the first thing that people do when they're engaged and they want to have a voice in something that occurs. And then, after that, the process is so daunting and confusing because we do have, for many of these, the zoning hearing master. We do also have the planning commission, and you all did such a great job. But if you look at this list of all the surrounding counties, and if we had our own county on here so that if they were included in here, you'd notice something about that. We're the only place that has 2 processes prior to the board. And that's not even mentioning the community meetings that I said before. We had 2 processes. And before COVID, everyone had to come to this boardroom from all over a county the size of the state of Rhode Island to make their voices be heard. And it's still somewhat of a problem. And as they said, it's during the day, much of the time, for people to become engaged. But this is first you go to the community meeting, and a lot of people even at that point may be discouraged, may feel like, or they may feel like their problem was solved, and they may be surprised later on to find out that it wasn't at all, that it wasn't addressed, but they kind of didn't know the process and didn't understand what was going on at the community meeting. Then they maybe go to the planning commission, think, oh, the planning commission holds the key to this, and we'll get whatever at the planning commission. And then you have to understand the rules. We're overruling what the planning commission does, and maybe we don't. How hard is it for them to understand this, and that the planning commission is consistent, inconsistent, and with whatever rules that are this massive. I can't believe anybody gets a grasp on this. Then we have the zoning hearing master. I have to tell you, I was a commissioner. I saw some of these zoning hearing master decisions, and I was stunned. I thought every zoning hearing master had to be an attorney. I had no idea. And by the way, if we do reform it, I think I am very supportive of that, because the bar holds certain standards. Until I requested it, we did not have our zoning hearing masters required to sign something, and I think they should have to sign at every hearing that there's no, and this is no disparagement on any of the current zoning hearing masters, but I wanted them to sign that they had no conflicts of interest, and that wasn't done, at the time. And I think there was when it was done, someone opted not to continue. But I think that's a huge problem. And if you have someone who is a member of the bar and who is a lawyer, I mean, this is, applying the facts to the law is what this is about. And I think it also holds them to a certain standard that is not true. And as I said, I was kind of stunned by what I saw come forward. And I was like, is this a lawyer that does this? And that's when I found out, no, that it allows for a planner, an architect, or an engineer. I'm sorry, as much as I respect those professions, I don't think that that's where you, the best person to come up with this, if they do. And it doesn't hold, the engineering and architecture and planning licenses don't hold them to the conflicts of interest types of things that being a member of the bar would hold one to. So the other thing is, they come, and as Commissioner Smith says, they have this record, and the record creates in itself all these problems that I think, are not created for any place, but we have Lee County here. That's the only place. And all they do is the hearing examiner, the zoning hearing master, whatever. They don't have the planning commission. And so I just think we have this huge bureaucracy. We have a record that's, I think Commissioner Smith is just really compelling in this. If you go through your book and you try to follow a case, you'll just, kind of pull out your hair at the redundancy, and you don't even know where to look after a while. It's because this person creates this record, this person reviews that record, this process reviews the record, the process is reviewed again. I think it's unnecessary bureaucracy and redundancy, and the original record is created by Development Services, which, I just appreciate having a more community engaged approach and opening to this. And I had some hesitancy, I will quite admit, and I thought a lot about it because of I wondered if it would create just a daunting amount of work for us. But I'm really pretty convinced by the points that you've made and the points that have been made just in terms of the 10 days. Yes, the sky was going to fall down if we changed that rule. And I just think it's been like, what do we get? We got 2 more people coming to our meeting to say something today. Then I'm guessing that they wouldn't have made the gauntlet of the final jump through the 10-day rule, because who would know that and who would think to do it? I think it would be, I would support the extraordinarily important point that you made with regards to the zoning hearing master we have now, which apparently our code section 10.0304, the board gives deference to the recommendation of the zoning hearing master. I think that's, to us to delegate that authority to this one person who has no expertise necessarily at all. Who in one case was just generating things that were shocking, I thought. And I thought it was, when anything was suggested that perhaps the zoning hearing master had some greater authority than this board had, I thought it was stunning, and it was coming from nowhere, and I couldn't even believe. Certainly we've heard about that in terms of the transportation, the ultimate authority of the board, which I think is important, and that's what the residents of this county believe. The fact that we would at least have to change the deference given in regards to, what has been done. But overall, I'd say the detriments in many ways outweigh the benefits to this additional process that we have. And I'm sure it was well intended when it was first done. I'm sure it was well intended. But I think the consequences of that have made have been a burden on the citizens and residents who have wanted to be part of the process. It's been a terrible burden, and I think it's not a burden at all many times on the applicant side, at least as far as the big issues go. When you're in there many times and you're comfortable with the process and you're paid to do it, it's a whole different thing. And so I think I take very seriously, and what I was going to say about the ultimate amount of time, you made a great point about the 10 days, how that didn't make a difference in our consent agenda, in our PRS, that's not subject to this at all. I just feel like it would not, and we have development services already putting together, we have the review of the Planning Commission as well. It seems to me we have ample ways, and I would like to look to and further discuss the record and how we open that up. I mean, we have our people coming here, which we've pointed out how difficult that is, but we also have, and I think that that's a bit separate from all of this, I think, but just, we might get 40, 50, 100 emails, and the day before or 2 days before, and how that plays into all this. And I won't even go to the ex parte, but I think I've come to mostly the conclusion, when I really, really, really thought about the ex parte, which I did, that, I also would not want to split the baby on that one. I think there might be some smaller things to talk about, but I'm really ready, I think, to take the rather than piecemeal some kind of reform of this position, I just think it's really time to match our process to many of the other processes. And, I just think we've had too much for citizens to go to and made it massively burdensome. And I'm ready to make it a clearer line, our process, a simpler, but one that, we can really hear all the concerns and give due deference to that and judge that.
Thank you. The one thing that I did want to clarify to some degree is this conversation. Our next step would, if we have a clear motion, would be to set a public hearing to have public input on the process, both from the industry as well as citizens, on what the board would decide as direction to the staff, and then staff's comments back on the recommendations that or the instructions that you've heard so far from the board, because I do know that there's both sides of this issue. We have developers and builders that are having to consider their process and may have some opportunity to give us some guidance on what they would like to see, including the zoning hearing master process, and that may be for and against certain parts of it. That I think it's important for us to remember, because right now I'm looking to accelerate the process as much as possible when it comes to housing, because I need housing. We're in a housing crisis right now. So anything that would impact that, I think we need to make sure it's very clear that we go in the right direction without having to step back again. Two, the other piece that I wanted to make sure that we're looking at is how our land development code folks, are getting the review process with the industry to move it forward. As an example, we have the WVR2 task force that has a place in the approval process of a voice. They don't have authority, but they have a voice in the process of how a project moves forward that takes into consideration the community. How is that recorded? Where is that recorded? Is it done at the zoning hearing master? Is it done with staff? Is that considered part of the process? Is that brought to us after a zoning hearing master, after they've talked to staff and land development code? And where is the perception of maybe a difference of what was understood brought to the table? And that's where I looked at this going, okay, we need to make sure it's as clear as possible, where all the information that's important to the process is made available. Commissioner Cohen, I just saw you raise your hand. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. There is so much here to talk about that it seems like the conversation could go on for some time. It sounds to me like there's some trepidation about getting rid of the ex parte communication ban. So for the moment, I'm going to leave that alone. I have myself grave concerns about tweaking that or getting rid of that, and so I'm going to leave that for another discussion. Commissioner Myers and I are relatively new to this board compared to the rest of you, but I did spend 8 years doing land use the way that we're talking about here, without a first line of review, without a hearing master, just hearing from the staff and the planning commission. And we also, at the city council level, did land use at night, so that it made it more accessible for people. And admittedly, that was all before COVID and before we started allowing all these virtual options that I think have really opened up the door on a whole nother way that people can participate. The other thing that that was always the case in the city, was that anyone could speak at a hearing. Anybody that came in got 3 minutes. You didn't even have to live in the area. You could be anybody. You could be talking gibberish, and you would get 3 minutes to say whatever you wanted. So it was perplexing to me when I got here how different the procedures were. But I will have to say that I really like the hearing master process, in the sense that I feel that as a decision maker, I get something out of it, in that particularly on the major cases that we hear, we have 3 professional opinions to consider. And Commissioner Smith pointed out earlier that in the first round of things that we hear, we don't have a zoning master recommendation. And my understanding is that that's because those things are minor. They're things that don't require a full-fledged, full-blown hearing. But it concerns me, the idea that we would be the first and last line of review on things, because, unlike the city council, we have a lot of other responsibilities. Commissioner Kemp alluded to the fear of additional workload, and these applications deserve a very comprehensive look. And it concerns me, given the volume and amount of work that would come in if we didn't have the zoning hearing master, of just how long those meetings could ultimately take, and how much outside work it would require of us to be ready for those hearings. I mean, we can all say that we'd be ready for the hearings, but it would create a huge workload in advance that we would all have to do. And what I've noticed as I've been here is that on the cases where the questions bubble up, we have seemed to me been very capable as a board of figuring out what the right way to go is, regardless of the hearing master's view. And to Commissioner Smith's earlier point, I don't know if we've been prejudiced when we're being reviewed in a higher tribunal, when we overrule the hearing master or not. I do think that if that's a problem, and perhaps the language about giving deference to their opinion ought to be tweaked, perhaps their title ought to be tweaked. But at the end of the day, we are responsible for appointing them, and if the work that they're doing is not to our liking, it's our responsibility, I think, then to not necessarily to change the process, it may be to change the people. Now, in my particular case, I've been very satisfied with what we've gotten from the hearing masters, even where I disagree with them, because I understand where they're coming from, and usually it's that they're just taking a very literal reading of what the law is and the facts are, and it's up to us to really draw out the nuances, the things that maybe distinguish it, the things that allow us to walk out on the ledge of doing something different, whereas I don't think they do feel empowered to do that, or at least the hearing masters that we have now that I'm reading don't seem to me to feel empowered to do that. If anything, they feel empowered to stay within the very narrow confines of the law. So, I think when we talked about this in the workshop, Commissioner Kemp made a point that really resonated with me, that sometimes it's very hard when you're representing people for them to understand why you can't talk to them, or why their ability to participate is limited. And it creates a real tension with your job as a representative. But the way that I like to describe it is that it's similar to when someone elects a judge. They elect that person to actually weigh the facts and the law. They don't think about actually reaching out to them to speak to them about it. They know that there's a line that needs to be maintained in that area. So, I don't know what the right answer is. I do wish that we could find a way. I think consistent with what is option 3 from our staff, to open up the process so that people have an opportunity to be heard. I do think that that is very much part of the weakness, if there is any weakness of what we do here. But I don't think that we should upend the whole process. I think that the process itself, at least for the last 15 months, and I can't speak to what may have happened before that, but from my observation for the last 15 months, the process actually works. And it's really a function of who the commissioners are and what it is that they are deciding that determines what direction development goes in the county. So I am very doubtful, I think, about the idea of eliminating the hearing master process. What I would be interested is improving it. And, you know, if meeting at night would be better, it's something we could talk about doing, but, you know, I've heard people complain at 3 o'clock in the morning that it's just as cumbersome to be there then as it is to have to miss work. So I think either way that you go, participation to some degree is always going to be an uphill battle. It's always going to be hard for people to find time. And I also would just urge everybody to think, I mean, I know that in my own case, I have 9 standing 9 a.m. meetings a month where I have to be prepared and participate. And I just wonder how much additional work is really practical given the other boards and responsibilities that commissioners have. We have it was pointed out, we're the size of Rhode Island, 1.4 million people. There's only 7 of us. And unlike in the city of Tampa, where the council members do spend a great deal of time on land use, they have a mayor who is, to well or ill, to their liking or not to their liking, that person, you know, has much more executive responsibility than we have here, where we have the administrator who reports to us on a regular basis about every single thing that's being done in this county. We're passing on all the contracts. We're in a much more in-depth and comprehensive way than I think happens at the city. So those are just some thoughts. You know, I was really prepared to want to not change the ex parte rule today. I was very concerned about the unintended consequences of doing that and where that would lead us. But with that seemingly off the table for the moment, I just want to sort of, from my own point of view, caution with going slow about eliminating the hearing master entirely. I think that extra record, when we have these large, big decisions to make, we can always override it. We can always add language that makes it clear that it's more advisory than it is conclusory. And maybe the word deference is too strong and needs to be changed. But I still think it's really helpful to have that information, and at least for me, I find it a helpful part of the decision-making process.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Smith, I honestly, before we go there, Commissioner Cohen, I do agree. I don't have the length of experience in land code that you arrived, Commissioner Smith, that you arrived with, nor Commissioner Kemp. And I have been severely challenged. I also have 2 new staff members that are going, oh, dear Lord. So, you know, in a positive way, they're, oh, this is really great, I'm learning a lot, but they're still trying to get their arms around it. So I can't imagine what a citizen goes through trying to understand this process, too. But I do appreciate the fact that there maybe is, you know, the sort of, the information starts or stops here, or sets a demarc zone where all the known information needs to be brought forward, is what I understand the zoning hearing master process is. It doesn't necessarily needs to be that they have to be, you know, a lawyer and an expert and everything else, but they do have to match the request, the application, to the code. And what we're finding, at least it's my experience, is where the zoning hearing masters say denial or opinion has been a reflection of them reading the code and where the applicant has brought something that they've heard we would like to see, and now there's a difference because we haven't changed the code yet. So, I mean, we know we've got work to do on our land code, and we haven't gotten there yet. So I do appreciate that there is a need to address the issues, but we want to make sure that what we're addressing is the problem, is whether or not our code matches the direction of our planning commission and the Board of County Commission's desire for certain land uses and processes and a consideration of certain issues that have to do with where we are right now as a growing county and what the applicant and community is saying to us they want, and how do we ferret that process and end up with something that's simpler to allow not only, you know, the citizens and the communities to have an opportunity to share with us what they like to see, but then also the industry to make appropriate adjustments, but within a legal structure that allows it to stand. Because I think that's important. I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe that there is a process that is helpful once everybody knows what it is. So, Commissioner Smith, I'll recognize you.
Thank you. And great discussion. So glad that we can all be really open and talking and about how to do a better job, if possible, with this whole process. I appreciate the work everybody's been putting in through the workshop and through to today. You know, one thing I just want to put a pin in this for later discussions. Removing the ZHM, if you're not happy with them, is not that easy because their contract doesn't allow for us to do that. So that might be another thing as we look at contracts coming back to us. So keep that in mind because I agree, we haven't seen anything troublesome from the zoning hearing masters in the last 15 months, but we did see some deep rifts between the zoning hearing master reinterpreting the comprehensive plan in ways different from our board's expressed interpretation prior to this. And keep in mind that, as I am, we will be leaving things for future boards, and they won't always have our abilities or anything. So I'm trying to also think about making this process better behind us, behind me anyway, so that the next board maybe has different perspectives, but they have a better system to make things easier, make it easier to hear from citizens, make it easier to make their own judgments without fighting against some extra authority. So having heard from everybody that there's not the zeal that I feel to throw out the whole zoning hearing master today, but hoping for a day that we might get there if we take a few steps. Only kidding about that. Here, I think I'd like to make a motion based on what we've been talking about and what staff has helped us to understand, to improve, to consider improving the zoning hearing master process by having staff bring us back some suggested language that we could then consider with public input on all sides, but give them a little direction about what to bring back that would modify the zoning hearing master process in our land development code in some small ways. And to start with, it would maintain the current procedure for having a zoning hearing master hearing and establishing the consent agenda. Boom. But have our county commission hearing not limited to the record that has currently been closed when the zoning hearing master gavels that down, so that in the interim, any more information could be considered. And this would eliminate the whole problem, I think, of the county attorney having to be that that filter and that monitor of, checking citizens and applicants for whether or not what they said was in the prior record, so that anybody could say anything here to us. Keeping in mind, I know we're going to hear about unintended consequences of this sort of thing. Keeping in mind, we can always change it back, okay? But let's take a look at what that would look at if we didn't close the record at the zoning hearing master hearing. I know we're going to hear people say, oh, the citizens will sandbag us and they'll bring something forward. Let's see if that really happens and if the benefits outweigh the risk. Also, to revise the language, as I've heard a couple of other commissioners kind of agree to my concerns, revise the language describing the zoning hearing master role in our land development code to clarify that and be crystal clear that the zoning hearing master role is advisory only, so that their recommendation is based on basic compliance matters, but take out anything that says the board is required legally to give deference to the zoning hearing master's opinion. Take out the things that Adam Gormley mentioned earlier about the county commission has to provide reasons for any finding that's different from the zoning hearing master. He can provide his reasons for his, and we can provide our reasons for ours, but not being required. That's the kind of thing that the attorneys for land use do bring up and point to and say their code requires them. So take that out. Currently, the recommendation of the zoning hearing master must include findings of fact and findings of law, as well as a recommendation. And I would ask staff to consider, to look at modifying that language so it doesn't sound so judgy about their providing the findings of fact and the findings of law that now are settled when we look at it, that we are still free to interpret our comprehensive plan or our land development code or a community plan differently than the zoning hearing master did. So their findings of law and findings of fact are not there, but that they may provide a recommendation based on basic compliance matters. I know that staff in their our options for us said we might amend the information required to be included in ZHM recommendations to the board such that the ZHM identifies relevant issues and identifies any issues for consideration by the board. I would not have that in there, because that, I think, is also limiting if our decision is appealed, to say, well, the zoning hearing master has already identified the relevant issues, because we might identify something else that we think is relevant, and the zoning hearing master has identified any issues for consideration by the board. No, we might hear from citizens and have different issues. So my motion is... Thank
you, because I have a feeling our clerk is going to have to write a 6-page dissertation over there.
So my motion is to modify, is to direct staff to bring back a proposal for our review at the next land development, or June, which...
I would ask for June 7th.
June 7th, land development code hearing, or at the June 7th land use hearing, that would modify the zoning hearing master process for our consideration with input from the public. And by the way, none of this would be closed to ex parte communication, right? We could hear from any side on the way to this hearing.
That's legislative in nature, so yes, it's open.
So, so between now and June, we can talk to anybody about this, but the staff would be bringing, and work with us to bring back something that modifies the zoning hearing master process as follows, maintaining the current establishment of a consent agenda, but eliminate having the BOCC hearing, fix it so modify it so the county commission hearing is not limited to the zoning hearing master record, that the record is not closed until it comes to us, and revise the language describing the zoning hearing master role. Consider changing the name of the zoning hearing master, but certainly revise the language so that it is crystal clear that their recommendation is based on basic compliance matters and giving a recommendation that their role is advisory only, and giving a recommendation to this board, and our judgment is final.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner White, you recognized.
Thank you. So
I was in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
Sorry.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized. I apologize.
I just wanted to add a few things in there that I think just clarify or, be part of the consideration if you're there. I think it is, by the way, the only county, of course, that uses this process, and they don't have a planning commission process, is Lee County, as was pointed out, and they call the zoning hearing master the hearing examiner. I think that would be appropriate. I'd also like to point out that I immediately looked it up to see who their hearing examiners were, because I made the point about a lawyer, attorney, as opposed to any one else doing it, and they have two hearing examiners, and both of them, I don't know if I couldn't quite figure out whether it was a requirement or it just happened to be. Well, they are required to be attorneys, because I looked up the qualifications. They require only attorneys in Lee County, the only other place where they have this. And not only that, both of the attorneys that they have, they put their qualifications, they were both certified in local and government law, which I thought was a little much. I wouldn't want to put that in as a qualification, but I do, I would like to add in that we, if we're going to be on parity only with this process there, then I think that this is a really good and important change that we should make to have that. As well as I said, member of the Florida Bar, but also that, I mean, I don't know, there was a suggestion once when we talked about this before that they, for the hearings at night, just sign a thing saying they have no conflicts of interest, so that so it's a reminder and always that, but I think actually attorneys are used to thinking about conflicts of interest, because they have to think about that in legal representation all the time, which doesn't come up as, for planners or for architects or engineers, to my knowledge. But so I think it is something, but I do think that that's an important aspect to have in there. And totally agree that we have to, do something with, as I said, section 100304, which has the board giving deference to the hearing examiner, zoning hearing master, rather than, than the kinds of things that Commissioner Smith, so whatever language changes that, I think is extraordinarily important to this. And I would just say that to this point too, I think, and this is something outside of it, but if we keeping this process, I think we have to make it so abundantly clear to citizens that they can appear, or they can make a written record by email or whatever, however we do this, and make it abundantly clear that they need to do that, then to be part of our board hearing. Is that what, or that we would have new, I wasn't sure, Commissioner Smith.
That is currently the process. You can, but you know, I'm for making that clearer. Having the record open until we have the hearing here would allow people who were not at the zoning hearing master hearing at all to come here.
That's what I wanted to clarify, because I wasn't.
So they wouldn't have to become a party of record there until they come here.
Okay, because then I just think it's really important. I like that. I wasn't sure about how that all worked together, because that, I think, deals with a lot of issues if we allow that to be the case. It's just the burden on the citizens that we've created is, and we can talk about the burden on ourselves, and I agree, I worry about it, but the burden on the citizens is also quite enormous to become engaged at this time. And so, you know, any ways that we can open that up, I think, are things that we should consider.
Commissioner White, you recognized.
Thank you, and forgive me if this was just covered, but Mr. Gormley and Ms. Lundgren, so the motion on the floor would essentially eliminate the ex parte communication issue because the record would be open until the, no.
No.
Okay.
It would open the public hearing, but ex parte communications would still not be authorized outside of the meeting between.
I'd sure like to see a disclosure process for ex parte communication like you see with some of the other governments in the backup material. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, or if the maker of the motion would be interested in seeing a proposal on that, come back.
What I'd like to do is do this first, and then just get to that ex parte.
Okay. Are you going to ask for the floor to deal with that issue? Okay. All right.
Okay. Commissioner White, you're recognized on that particular item. If I don't see any other comments listed at the moment.
I'm in the queue for the question I just asked, so I'll take myself out.
Okay.
And if I could restate the motion.
Yeah, I'm sure the clerk would appreciate that. But before you do that, could I hear from Commissioner Cox?
I just want to comment on a few of the things that have been said. I'm going to support the motion because what we're doing here is asking them to go back and draw up language to bring back, and I think that's very helpful. I have no doubt we're going to hear from a lot of people with different opinions on all of this, and I just wanted to make the comment that it seems to me this may not be an all or nothing proposition in terms of opening up the record. As we explore options, there may be ways that you can say open up the record for certain things, but not necessarily open it to everything under the sun. I don't know. You're going to have 2 months to figure some of this out. But I guess that there also is the idea that at some point it would have to close so that there would be a sort of a finite number of speakers that you would know you were going to have, that you couldn't necessarily, I don't know if you necessarily could walk in without having done anything in advance. I mean, we'd have to, because at the same time, applicants have some right to know who's coming in with what and what they need to be prepared for. So, you know, I don't know how that would all work. The issue I wanted to get to with Commissioner Kemp's thing about attorney versus non-attorney, it's interesting that Lee County has that provision where they have to be certified in local government, excuse me.
I said they happened to be, when I looked them both up, certified, but I don't think that was a requirement. When I saw the qualifications, I just saw attorney, but the two people that served that way both had on their list that they were certified. And so I didn't, as I said, I didn't think really I thought that was being too, but they happened to have that.
Well, so I thought it was interesting though, because to me, the fact that someone's an attorney really doesn't mean that they know anything about this process at all. You know, a criminal attorney is this is as foreign to them as you know, a foreign language would be. It's a totally different type of law to practice. But I'm not necessarily saying that it should be a requirement that they be certified. But what's interesting about the fact that they have that certification is that it says to me that whoever chose them was really thinking very clearly about the fact that they needed people with true land use and government expertise. It wasn't just open to anybody in the world to apply for it. So, you know, I don't know if I agree with only attorneys or not. Maybe it may throw out some people that would be very well qualified due to other professional considerations. But it just opens up an interesting line of argument about who's appropriate to be considered for these positions and who isn't. Certainly the conflict of interest language, if it's not there already, ought to be incorporated into this. I think that's very clear.
Excellent, thank you very much. So, Commissioner Smith, would you like to clarify?
So yes, and I agree with Commissioner Cohen that we may not want to require a zoning hearing master or hearing examiner to be an attorney. I think we might have some former director of the Planning Commission who wanted to serve as in this capacity after they've got in the drop program or something. I don't know. There might be. I'm open to the possibility that there could be people other than attorneys. So what I will do is make my motion to have staff bring back a modification of our zoning hearing master process language for us to consider, the June 7th workshop, that maintains the consent agenda based partly on the hearing examiner or zoning hearing master's recommendation, have our county commission hearing not limited to the zoning hearing master record, and revise the language describing the zoning hearing master role to clarify that it is advisory only and based only on basic compliance matters. Change the title of the zoning hearing master to hearing examiner, and if we come up with anything better between now and then, we might do that, because we'll have a chance to discuss further, and require a process for this hearing examiner to certify that they have no conflict of interest on each thing that they are hearing. And so that would be my motion there.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, that's the last revision of your motion. Okay, and just for the record, Commissioner Kemp, are you seconding her motion? Okay. And is your comment that you're in the queue for to the motion? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because we've been going round and round on this, and I'd like to.
Well, I think it's all valuable. So it's a very complex.
I absolutely agree. So, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized, but you're recognized also as the second to her motion. Commissioner
yes,
Smith's motion.
Thanks. And so, and I'll just say, with it, in terms of the attorney, and right now, and I think it's a problem that we have engineer, architect, planner, or attorney. To your points, then I say planner or attorney. What I kind of liked about attorney was that there is a accountability that there did not exist in the others. And I think to have it as broad as, I just think there's no point in, some architects have some planning, but I mean, I just think then if we're going to do that, just planner or attorney. And the reason I do like the attorney part of it is because there is some professional accountability in terms of their license that holds them accountable that isn't there for others. But I certainly think we shouldn't go as broad as we are now. So I would just say planner or attorney if we're going to push that out, and with the added conflict of interest language in some process that, like, every time before the hearing, so that there's just that thought, we should, just like a judge shouldn't be hearing when they have any possible conflicts of interest in terms of who is coming forward that evening.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your comments. Before I actually take a vote on this, I'm going to ask staff, do you have any question about what the motion entails? And can you provide us with some guidance by June 7th based on what you've heard so far?
The motion is clear of what the board is seeking, and we can bring something back to the board responsive to this direction by June 7th. And to just clarify, that will be at a land use meeting rather than a workshop, so that there is discretion for
public comment
or action the board may want to take.
Excellent. That's what I needed clarification. Okay, excellent. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized. To the motion?
Yes, I just want to clarify one thing. When we speak of planner or attorney, do we want to add years of experience because we're given an option? You know, you win it both. I'm just asking for the maker of the motion. Because I think it would be important to include that. I mean, I know it's coming back to us.
Yes.
But you have an option of a planner or attorney. So we're going to look at the experience or just...
That happens when we appoint. Well,
Okay.
it happens when we appoint, I think, that rather than cluttering up the motion, but I'd certainly be open to having something 4 years or something like that in there.
Thank you.
When it comes back.
Okay, so you're not really amending the motion, but take that into consideration with what comes back for conversation? Okay.
I'm sorry, that was going to be my question, whether that change to the qualifications was part of the motion or...
I would be willing to accept staff's recommendation on experience level that they've had. They could provide us with some advice at that time. Is that
with an
reasonable?
orientation towards...
Right, to address your
attorney or
concern.
planner.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we don't need to amend the motion, but they've gotten enough direction. Okay. And seeing no other comments, I think you can take a vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
I think I could. Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, and then to address the ex parte part, I've come around to thinking that we might get into trouble if we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But I think staff has made some good suggestions about, allowing a little more latitude if there's disclosure. And I'll tell you why. Well, a couple of things about the current process concern me. One is the fact that developers have a workaround that citizens do not have. Developers are legally allowed to talk with us before they file a zoning application. Citizens have no way of getting at us, to talk prior to something being brought because they don't know it's coming. I have made a policy, I know other board members have, of not hearing from developers in that situation, but there's nothing illegal about it. And the other issue is there have been times where, very few times, but for example, when we considered the Ruskin Drive-In recently, and it was a zoning behind the Ruskin Drive-In, and they had been relying on a bunch of tree and vegetation blocking the light from any development to run their very small, narrow margin business that was so integral to the community and to our community character. So all we had when this came to us was a letter in the case file from the owners of the drive-in opposing it, and then we had staff discussion and an understanding that the things that the developer was doing would mitigate for that. And then on the fly, I was working with the attorney to make sure that the language was really going to address the light pollution. I wish that in that situation, I had been able to call the owners of the drive-in ahead of time and say, is this good enough? I wish I'd been able to work with the applicant and their attorney and on the phone and say, what about this language that I'm going to be suggesting probably on the fly when you get here? So once in a while, there's something that is not there that I wish I could call a community leader or a neighbor or the owner of the Ruskin Drive-In and say, how is this? Are you satisfied? Is that why we're not hearing from you? And in that case, I'd be perfectly happy to come to the hearing and say, disclose that and say, everybody, I did talk to the developer. I did talk to the drive-in owner, and I am satisfied or I'm not. And here's kind of the nature of that conversation. I do not want to open it up, and I know Commissioner Cohen expressed concerns to completely Katie bar the door, as you said, where everybody would be wanting a half-hour meeting or briefing on all sides of every zoning we're hearing, and then all the issues that could arise from that. So I wonder. And I don't know that this has to be coming back in a hurry, but I wonder, and I'm not even prepared to make a motion today, but I wonder if anybody else is that would maybe do what some of the other jurisdictions do about having language that discourages ex parte communication in most instances, but allows it on the occasion that you have. So it's clear to everybody we're not just like, oh yeah, now we're going to talk to everybody about everything before it gets here. But at the same time that it does allow somebody to pick up the phone and resolve an issue as long as we're going to disclose that specific issue. So I don't know if that's even possible. That's my concerns and what I'd be looking for in some other discussion or motion about that.
I don't see anybody else in the queue, and I can't tell you how many times I see a project that I said, gosh, I wish I could have talked to them about adding an affordable housing element to this. Just a matter of fact, almost all of them. Or even, today's conversation was, we were reducing the density from a multifamily, and I was like, yeah, but I really need the units, so, is it an issue of NIMBY, or is it an issue of it makes best sense for why the applicant was making the decisions that they're making? But frequently we can't even, have that conversation without violating, ex parte communication, when it really is just, I need some information to understand what the process is here, what the thought process is here, before it ends up past the point it's not in the record. And then you're putting either a citizen or an applicant in a difficult position, and if they're not here, then they're not a party of record, or they're not at the zoning hearing master. They're not a party of record, but their opinion matters, right? So I think we do need to address this. I'm not sure I'm ready today because I still am trying to figure out the legal process. But I do feel as though many times I can't talk to anybody until it's right here. And even when it is okay to talk to them, I have people that come, I want to talk to you about a comprehensive planning amendment. But is there a corresponding zoning right behind it? So, where can I actually, my staff is constantly at this point trying to learn this process. Who do I talk to? Can I talk to this person? And are we making sure that we're working within the law or the process? So I do think some clarity is necessary, but I also think that the disclosure is absolutely necessary. So to the point that was made earlier. So I'm not hearing a motion though. For the next meeting or for the June 7th date. Is that correct? Okay. Does staff need one?
I don't believe we need a motion. Understand what's being said. I think it is a really difficult, it's kind of set up as we understand the board's comments, and we'll try to come back with some thoughts that could accommodate that in the best way possible. It is
Excellent.
somewhat tricky.
I'm satisfied with that response, assuming the rest of the board is. Okay, so I look forward to June 7th. Maybe we'll get some clarity for not only citizens, but also for the industry as well as our staff, so that we're all on the same page to move forward on some good things. Is there any other business that we need to cover today? Seeing none, hearing none, meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Okay, but we've all been in this meeting for 4 hours. Yeah. And while you've been probably tested negative, but you've been exposed to her because you've been in the office, correct?
No, I didn't see her this morning. She left before I got here.
Okay, but in the last 3 days?
Yeah, she just got back from Italy. I haven't seen Megan in a month.
I know, but in the last 3 days, have you been in the office with her?
No, that's what I'm saying. I
Okay,
literally have not
that
seen
makes
her
me feel
in
a lot
over
better.
month.
Thank you. That's what I know it's none of my business, but I'm asking those questions.
Yeah.
Largely
No,
for
she
for
called
those
me
on the
this
floor.
morning on my way in. She was already gone by the time I got here, and the office had been disinfected.
Okay, because my staff is trying to learn from all the other legislative aides, and so they've been interacting a lot.
I see.
And that's why I'm like, okay, well, how do we do this? And the other staffers need to know. And I'm sure Wes let me know, but I don't know what she told everybody else. So. But I think it would be wise to make sure, I will walk through the floor and make sure everybody is aware, as long as, I just want the other staff, because they do help each other a lot, and Luann a lot, so I think it will be wise to make sure that everybody's at least in the know, that they choose to work at home for the next few days.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Yeah.
And it was nice, they all